client side or not? These yeah.
Leave the mic.
Okay. It's not necessary. I can be loud.
Oh. So
but
I have to be loud.
You don't have to be. You can use them. Right? Okay. And maybe you'll get less feedback because position. Yeah.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes, we've got a person, we got winners, give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the combat system, the area control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of this.
Okay. And now clap your hands.
Engineer at Storyblok. I really like to be involved in the communities. I write tech, I talk tech, and that's basically about me. This is my website and this is my Twitter at Arora Chakit. You can find me over here in case if you want to see it. Alright, so let's start. What is Headless? Has anyone of you used a CMS before, or you know what Headless is? Good to know. Anyone else? Okay, great. Alright, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun then. Alright, so I'm sure that many of you might have used something, like where you've tried to build the websites and you have done drag and drop and these sort of things, where you get a couple of components and you just drag and drop those components and build something, build a website or build an app, right? Maybe something like Webflow, right? Where you drag and drop and the website builds out of nowhere completely, right? That is the sort of thing which is called a monolithic CMS. In case if you look at the left-hand side, like left-hand side architecture over here, this architecture shows you or tells you about the monolithic CMS. What we have in a monolithic CMS is that there is a backend where you store in the content. There is a place where you go and manage the content, but the front end is also coupled inside it. So it's a complete piece of software where you can it's a complete piece of software. You don't get a lot of flexibility of doing the things. As you can see in the architecture itself, everyone goes to that interface. In that interface, there is a place to store the content. There is a database. You get fields. You write a bunch of things over there, and then that itself shows you the website, like how the website is going to look like and so on. On the right hand side, what you see is the architecture of a headless CMS. The way a headless CMS works is, it has the backend, or you can say it has the admin interface, or it has the place where you can go and manage the content, but the front end is not included. The presentation layer is not there. So since the presentation is not there and it's an API first approach, you can retrieve the content on any platform you want. So you're not limited to the components that the tool provides. You can build your own components and it's going to look the way you want. So you code by yourself, and then again you can retrieve the content anywhere you want. So as you can see, you can retrieve it on the websites, mobile. Even if you're, let's say, making a smartwatch app, or if you're making a voice assistant, anything, you can just grab the content from that. So yeah, that's about the architecture. Let's now see the benefits of headless. So these are a couple of benefits that I've mentioned over here, that how headless benefits over a monolithic CMS. The way it works, as we can see, there is this decoupled front end. So the front end layer and the back end layer is not connected. So again, you control the front end, how it looks, and also in the back end you have the flexibility of doing whatever you want. With the decoupled frontend, it also gives you another benefit, that is, like you can use any of your preferred frontend frameworks. It's not like that you have to go with the components that again, like the same thing. It's not that you have to go with the components that the tool provides. You create your own code, be it in any of the languages, be it React, be it Next, Vue, Angular, or any other thing. Then we have the omni-channel support. So omni-channel support is something same, like the way where we see, so omni-channel support is something where you can provide the same experience to your user, you can provide the same experience to your user on every platform. So like when you want to, when there is content and you want to display it to different platforms, be it on mobile, be it on websites, you can do it, and the content is going to be same, because like nowadays the user can come through any of the platforms. It's not that there is going to be just one platform, like maybe a website, but there are going to be multiple platforms, and you want to provide the same experience to the user. This is something that comes under marketing, but like we code for marketers, right? So we have to take care of that. Then we have code maintainability. So code maintainability, obviously it's a component-based approach, and scalability and flexibility, like it says the same thing. Since it's a component-based approach, you can scale it very easily. You can, you're flexible because you choose your own front end, and it's easy to maintain the code because it's the same code base, and you just scale it the way you want to. And as I mentioned, it's the API-first approach, so you can just retrieve it the way you want. Now let's talk about Storyblok a bit, since that is the CMS which we are going to be using for this particular workshop. Storyblok is a headless CMS, and it comes with a visual editor, so I'll just show you how the visual editor looks like. This is how somewhat it looks, but we'll take a better look. And these were all the slides I had. What we can do is, we'll be coding a bit, so in case if you want to follow, you can follow along. This is a QR code which you can scan. This will take you to a Notion page where I have a complete list of, like the steps we'll be following. So I'll just minimize this. Am I audible like this? I mean, if I, is it good? Is it good? Okay. So I'll just keep it down. Is it difficult to code then?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll just get this out. Yeah. So this is the screen. This is the Notion page that I was mentioning. In case if you scan the QR, it's not very much visible. I'll just probably not a good idea. Okay, great. Is it better? Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll be following this. Let me see. Yeah, and this contains all of the resources. This contains the GitHub code of the final project. This contains a couple of more more resources that we'll see along. So till now we have seen the introduction, and what I'll do is I'll just let's go to storyblok.com itself and start creating, because that's the place from where we are going to be creating. So the website is storyblok.com, and what you can do is you can hit on login over here to start up with the setup. I'll just give a quick view of how it looks. So if I log in over here, you'll see that this is somewhat how it looks. This is like a list of, you'll see a card. You can consider one card as a, as one project for now, but you can use them according to the needs. And once, when you create this, it's going to be much neat, because I've been working around, so that's why there are a lot of cards. So yeah, this you can also reach at this particular point directly by app.storyblok.com. This is the Storyblok app, and yeah, this is the place from where you can get it. Before creating a space, before adding a new space from the right top over here, we'll just do that in a bit. What I'll do is I'll just show you quickly how the demo space looks like. So this is the space, this is the final space, which will come after after we are done creating. So this is what it somewhat looks like the Storyblok interface, and this is the content tab in which we are storing the content. So in which we are storing the folders, in which we are making the entries, and this is the place where we are storing everything. So if I go inside the home entry, you'll see that this is somewhat it looks like. On the right hand side, these are the components, and on the center of the screen, this is your website, which which kind of looks like. This is the website which you will put in over here, like the URL you put in over here. This is just a demo space, so yeah, it looks like that. yeah, and yeah, this is something which will be building up. All right, let me just see where are we. Yeah, so let's now create the demo space itself. If I go over here, instead of creating a demo space, because this demo space is going to give you the pre-built components, what we're going to do is we are going to be starting from scratch, so that we build from scratch. I'll just give it a name, Cityjs workshop. Oops. Yeah. So we have created a new space. There are multiple plans available, but we can either continue with a trial, or what I'll do is I'll just select a community plan so that it's all good and we can work with it. If I go in the content over here, you'll see that we have just one story present over here, or one entry. This is just the basic thing. And if I open that up as well, you'll see that we have three components over here. So one is the page component, one is the teaser component, and then the other one is the grid component. We'll take a look on how to create those and how that looks like. And this is the place from where you need to set up the visual editor. So this visual editor is something that allows you to do the live edits in real time. What we'll do is we'll just create the components in a bit, but I'll just show you how the components look like from the block library, where the place where you create the components or the blocks inside Storyblok. So yeah, this is the space, and inside this particular space we just have 4 blocks, and there are different types of blocks that you can create. So if I click on adding a new block, you'll see that these are the 3 different types. The first one is the nestable one. So the nestable ones are the ones that can go inside any other block. Then we have the content type block. These are the ones that can act as standalone entries. And then we have the universal block. So the universal blocks are the ones that can act as both. All right, and you can see these are a couple of components. So we'll start creating these components in our Next.js project, and we'll set up the Next.js project in a bit. But just to show you the structure, this is how it looks. So for example, if I go onto the let's say if we let's go over here, and if we go to the page component, you'll see that it has one field. I can add multiple fields from here, and I can define the field types as well. So there can be different fields. They can be text fields, they can be markdown field, number field, and bunch of other fields. And yeah, this particular component only contains one field, that is the body field, and it is of type blocks. So blocks is a special field type which allows you to enter the nestable components inside that. Then we have the feature component, which just has one field. Just to keep it simple, there is just name. And then we have a teaser component, which is somewhat similar. It just has an headline. And then we have a grid, which is again somewhat like page, because it can it can have multiple blocks inside it. All right, let's now set up our Next.js project, and I'll grab the link. Grab the command to set it up, and let me just go to directory. And we'll just play with the defaults. We don't need a lot of need a lot of configuration over here. It's not visible, but I'll just increase the font size, but it's just the basic Next.js setup that I'm doing over here. We are including Tailwind, and we're going to be using a new app directory, so that it's with Next.js 13 and the app router. And let's wait for the project to be set up. And what I'll do is I'll just go to the code studio in a bit once it's created. It's taking a bit of time. It's not my fault, right?
That's classic NPX.
Yeah, NPX this time. But yeah, that's classic. All right, so we have created the project, and let me go to the code editor. I'll need to find it again, but yeah, here we are, and this is our project. I'll just open it up, and let's run the code so that we have something in place already. And where is the browser? Yeah, so we have our Next.js code over here, and this is how it looks. This is the default Next.js screen. The other thing that we need to do is we need to set up a proxy. That's because when you are working with Storyblok, the HTTP is not allowed over there for security reasons, so you need to proxy it through HTTPS. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly set up the proxy, and in case you're following it, this is the place from where you can do the same thing. I mean, you can install this for Mac and this for Windows. You can just follow these instructions. I'll just copy this and I'll go to the home directory and I'll just do that. So the proxy is running. So now what we have is, if I go to localhost 3010, it is going to proxy to 3000. So yeah, that works for us now. Now what we can do is we can start setting up the visualizer that we have inside Storyblok. So if I go inside the space that we created, so I guess this is the one. This is the place from where you can set up, like set your URL. So what I'll do is I'll just do the same thing. It's not super clear, but yeah. I mean, I'm just entering the URL over here. So let's just do this. And this time, like we should get a 404. Yeah. So the 404 over here is because of the home slug, which you see over here, because like our Next.js project doesn't know what is at the home slug. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to change the path. I'm just going to make the path as / so it takes us to the home page, the one which we have been creating. And yeah, now what we can do is now we can start creating the components that we saw inside Storyblok. So like the components, like the page component, like the teaser component, feature component, we can start creating those components now. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the Next.js project. I'll zoom in a bit. Before creating the page component, what I'll do is, like inside the app directory, this is the page.js file, which is, like booting up this or like showing this Next.js screen. But we'll just delete this. What we'll do is we'll just create a new folder to catch all our routes. So I'll just remove this, and we should get some sort of error. But what I'll do is I'll just create a new folder over here. Is it visible? Like, are you able to see the screen? Yeah. Okay, great. So yeah, let's make a slug dot. Yeah, just the slug folder. And this again, this is not something. I mean, yeah, this is just something from Next.js, right? You create folders for the paths within your app directory. So inside this, I'm going to be creating the page.js file. So this is the file which is going to be showing all of the content to us now, right? And yeah, I mean, we are getting some sorts of error because we haven't defined a lot of things. And this is the layout file. So we're going to be changing the layout file as well. What I'll do is, just a second. This is the prod code, so I'll just remove that from here as well. And yeah, what we're going to do is, like this is a GitHub for this particular workshop. So we're going to be taking the code from here instead of, like coding it from the scratch. So what I'll do is I'll just copy paste the layout file. So I'll just copy this up and I'll explain you the code on the go. So this is how the file looks as of now. It has a couple of imports. So like these are the imports that we are doing from Storyblok React, which we haven't installed. So let's install that as well. This is the official SDK or official library that you can use with React, or that you can use with like your Next.js projects to have Storyblok inside it. So what I'll do is I'll just install that up, and the library is called Storyblok React at Storyblok React. So let's just install that. And yeah, meanwhile it's installing. So these are the two things that we are importing from that, and this is a component that we are going to be creating to make things go on the front end side. I mean, to make things client side. The reason to make things client side is because Next.js by default has server side rendering. So like it's not possible to interact or like do the drag and drop things that we are going to be seeing in the visualizer. Like the drag and drop, for example, if I go over here, like if I want to do the live edits, if I want to do the live edits like this, it's gonna be a bit difficult to do it with everything on server, right? So that's why we are going to be using that component. We'll just create that in a bit. Then we have the navigation and footer. I'll just comment those out because we'll need to create those. And that's, I mean, again, those are just the navigation and the footer component. So nothing to worry about there. I'll just comment those over here as well. What you see over here is the Storyblok setup. So this is how you initialize Storyblok. This is the place where you enter your access token. So the access token, you can grab the access token by going into the settings. So if I go over here and if I go inside the settings, you can grab the access token. There are different access tokens available. You can create new. This is the preview access token, so you can like get the get the draft as well as the published content. But if you create a public token, that will just give you the access to the published content. So I've just copied this and I'll just paste it over here so that our app knows about it. And then we need to create the Storyblok provider around which we are wrapping the complete application so that like again, as I mentioned, it takes things on client side. So what I'll do is I'll just save this, and I'll create a new folder as well for us, so that is going to be the components folder. And let's create the Storyblok provider again. I'll go back to the GitHub and I'll copy that after finding it. So yeah, this is the Storyblok provider, and we'll see how that looks in a bit as well. Yeah, we need to create it over here as well. So yeah, this is how the Storyblok provider looks right now. We are using use client over here, again, as I mentioned, to keep things on front end side. And this is the place where importing all of the components. I'll just comment that out for a bit. And this is the same setup that we saw earlier, right? We are initializing the library again over here so that you can interact. The bridge can set up the Storyblok bridge, which allows you to do the live edits in real time. That can also get set up. The access token, we need to change it again. So I'll need to go to the layout file just to grab the other access token, and if we hit save, probably we shouldn't get any error, which we are getting. Oh, we haven't built the page.js file, so that's why there is the error. So as I was mentioning, this page.js file is something which is going to render the initial view, or it's going to catch all of the routes now. So since we have created that inside the slug folder, it's going to be catching all the routes. Let's copy that as well, and I'll explain you how the code looks like. Not this one. This is the other page. So this is not the page component, to be confused. This is not the page component. This is the page file, or the file that allows Next.js to render the pages. So I'll just go over here. I'll just put that as well, and the component page doesn't exist, it says. All right. So over here, what we are doing, I'll just pull this down a bit. Just a second. Yeah. So what we are doing over here is that this is. I'll just zoom in a bit more. That's better. What we are doing over here is we are catching all the routes that are coming from Storyblok. When we did all of the setup, the setup that we did in the layout file, the setup which we did inside the provider. What it's doing for us, this API plugin, what it's doing for us is it's initializing the Storyblok client as well, and you can access the client just like this. Again, you need to import the Storyblok API, and then we are importing the Storyblok story as well. We'll talk about that in a bit. But we are importing the Storyblok API over here, and you'll see that we are importing it from Storyblok React /RSC. Since we are on the server side and we are using the React server side components, that's why we are using the library, which is same library but a different module. All right, so that's how that's how it looks. What we are doing over here, as I was saying, we are fetching all the links from Storyblok. So this is the links endpoint, which is fetching all the links. So right now there is just going to be one link, and then we are returning a couple of the paths that we get while just splitting the slug and the way it needs to be. So we are returning those, and what you can see over here, we are just not returning the home slug because we need / to go at home, and this is the same thing that we are doing over here. So this is the the page function, or the page component, which allows us to render the content that we are getting. So what we are doing over here, we are getting the slug out of this get static params, and after getting the slug, we are again getting the data for that particular slug. So we are getting the story for that particular slug, and then we are using the Storyblok story, which is again we are importing from the library itself. What this component is doing for us is it is rendering the component, it's rendering the component dynamically, so because your application is not going to know where the components are, right? I mean, if I do a bunch of things over here, if I reorder these things, your front end doesn't know where the components are going to be, right? So what we are doing is we are getting this sort of data. I'll just go to this itself, not this, the one which we have been creating, and I'll just open this up, and you'll see that we are not getting an error, but nothing is being rendered right now because we haven't hooked up the components from Storyblok to the next application. If I go on the draft JSON, you'll see that this is how the components, this is how the data, this is the data that we are getting from the from the story that we have over here. So this is the JSON that we are going to be getting inside this particular data over here, and then we are passing this data to the Storyblok story function, to the Storyblok story component, and this component then identifies that which component it is, and it renders those components dynamically, and then we are passing the data just like this, so it knows what data to show over there. You can see that right now we're getting an error saying that the page doesn't exist. That is because as we saw, there are a couple of components over here. So the first component itself is the page component. We haven't declared or defined how the page component looks like in the Next.js project, and that's why we don't see it over here. So let's now start creating the components, and let's now start mapping the fields. So let's go, let's start with the page component itself, and again let's go to the GitHub and copy the code from there. I'll just grab this and I'll go into the component file, the component folder over here, and I'll just create a page component. This page component, as you can see, it takes a prop that is called block, and this is coming from Storyblok story, where we pass the story. So if I go over here, you'll see this story that we are passing, it's going to be received there as data. I mean, that's going to be the block over there. So if I go to the page, you'll see that this is how we are rendering the page, because page component that we have over here is going to be rendering multiple components inside that, right? So the page has just one field, and that particular field is called the body field. You can see it over here. So what we are doing is we are accessing that particular field, and then we are rendering the dynamic components inside that. So this Storyblok component again is helping us to render the dynamic components inside that. So yeah, that's what we are doing over here, which is again this Storyblok component is again being imported from the same library. And yeah, we are just passing the block over there. So what we are doing, we are looping through all the blocks, and then we are passing the content just like this. So that's how it looks. There is this one thing which is helping us over here. So this is the Storyblok editable function. What this function does for us, you need to add it on the top level div or top level element of your template. What it does for us, it allows it adds the it adds the dotted lines, or it allows you to do the real-time edits, the ones which we have been seeing, like the drag and drop, or if I enter in any of the fields, it identifies this particular editable function that we get inside the draft data, and it maps it there for us, so that the bridge or the Storyblok editor knows that this component is mapped to the component that is inside Storyblok. So yeah, that's how it looks. What we'll do is we'll just save this, and then we need to create a couple of more components which are over there. So instead of creating all of the components, what I'll do, I'll just create the teaser component, because it looks a bit easy. I mean, just one field, so we get to see how it works. So this just contains the headline field. So what I'll do is I'll just again go to the GitHub to grab that. Let me just see. So this is the teaser, and I'll just grab that, and this is how this is how every component kind of works. So if I go over here and if I create the teaser.js and then paste the code, you can see that it also receives a block property. It also has this editable function sitting over the top of it, and we are just rendering one of the fields over here. So we are accessing the data that we are getting, and then we are dynamically putting that data in. So now I'll save this, but we still wouldn't see anything because of one reason, that is we haven't if I go inside Storyblok provider, we haven't added these components over here. So the places where I'm talking about where the components are going to be dynamically rendered, you need to, this is something that can be built by yourself as well, in case this is something which doesn't work. Doesn't work as in, if you think that this is something that takes up a lot of space, or if you're importing all of the components in one place, then you can create a sort of dynamic function or a dynamic component for yourself as well. But this is how it kind of works. So what I'll do is I'll just uncomment these. So we are importing those, and then we are declaring these components inside the inside the Storyblok init function, inside the initialization, so that Storyblok knows, or this particular Storyblok component which is rendering the dynamic components knows that these are the components that have to be dynamically rendered. So I'll just hit save, and probably we should see something on the screen. So yeah, this is how it looks, right? We are at hello world. So far so good. This is what we did, and we landed up with the hello world. So this is how the setup looks like, and this is how you can do the setup. But now what happens is, you can come over here. So even when I'm here, let's say on the top level components, I can click over here, and it's going to open the schema for me. And once the schema is opened up, you can do the live edits. You can change the content, and it's going to be visible to you in real time. So that's how the setup looks like. And these fields can be as granular as you want. So let's say, like I'll just go over here. These fields can be anything, right? So if I go to this place, maybe you define a couple of other field types, like as we saw, it can be a text, it can be a number, it can be a drop down. What you can do is you can, you can define these sort of fields as well. Let's say you want to change the vertical alignment, I'll just do that and it changes the thing. So what it does is it sends the same data which you're putting over here inside the JSON, and again, like the dynamic mapping works. We'll take a look at the teaser component itself. Let's say we are in the teaser component and we create a new field. Maybe let's say let's create a new field called color. So this particular field is now going to be like accessed again. The data is going to be coming in the JSON, and we can access that particular field on the front end. So I'll just create this field and I'll just like change the type of this particular field. Let's make it single option, and inside single option again. This is a drop down field, so you can define the define the name and then you can define the values. So let's say we say blue color, and the value that should go in the JSON is blue. Then we say red color, oops, and the value should go red. And let's go back to the fields. I can select the red color and blue color over here, but again, nothing is going to change because in the front end you need this particular field to be mapped inside your styles now, right? So I'll go back to the code again, and inside our teaser component, like what I'll do is I'll just create a style tag. I'll just add stylings. What we can do, let's say we can do color, and now inside this particular block which you see, we're going to be getting that particular field that we created, right? So we can access it just the way we are accessing block.headline. We can access it like block.color, and if I hit save and if everything is fine, probably the color should change. Yeah, so you can see this is how it looks, right? I did it red, and now if I click on blue, it's going to be blue. So that's how dynamically you can create your components. That's how dynamically you can create your fields. You can give a bunch of options, like let's say you're building a blog website. Once the template is ready, you can use that particular template and you can create more and more blogs after that. Or like once any of the component is ready, the content editors or the people who are working on making landing pages or making making the website, they can just drag and drop and create these play with these components. So yeah, this is how easy it is to integrate it. Since I'm talking a lot, that's why it might seem that it's a bit long, but you can literally do that, do the setup in 5-10 minutes. So that's how it looks. And now what we are left to do, again, this is something which what I did just to show you how to do the integration and how you can play around with the fields and how you can create your fields and map it to the front end. What we're going to do right now is since we were supposed to create this particular thing, will be what we'll do is we'll create these components and see how that goes. Alright, so as I'm over here and it doesn't look very good, what we'll do is we'll just change a bunch of stylings. Let's say going inside the app and going inside the global CSS just to remove the black background. Let's hit save. It looks better now. Alright, now let's start creating the other components, right? So the first component which we have over, let me just open this for you. So the first component which we see on this particular page is the hero section, and if we go inside over here, you'll see that these are the fields that the hero section has. So for example, the first field is title, the other field is subtitle, then we have image, then we have a layout drop down, the same way we created the other field. So let's just create that. Inside the space, if we go to the blocks, which can be accessed from the main menu itself, but yeah, let's create the hero section, which should be like this. Let me just check if the name is correct over here. No, it has the underscore. So yeah, let's create the hero section, then we can start creating the fields. The fields were title, subtitle, image, and layout. So title was a text field type, which is again selected here by default. You can choose different fields, but it is default. So title, then we have the image, then we have the layout, and I guess there was subtitle. Yeah. So let's create the subtitle. Over here, the image field needs to be changed. So let's make it of type asset maybe. Let me just find where it is. So yeah, and if for every component you create, for every field you select, there are different settings that you can configure. So over here you can say that I just want to accept images over here, and it's going to do that for you. So this is the images. So now this asset field type is going to be images. Then we have this layout field, which we need to be of like single option. So now this is going to contain a couple of options. So let's say layout 1, and the value should go maybe layout 1, and then let's create another option as well, which says layout 2, and the value should be layout 2, not like this, 2. Alright, so now we are good with the fields. So what we can do is, it's all saved now. What we can do is we can let's delete the grid over here. Let's delete the grid over here, and let's add the new block. So this is the hero section that we created. If I hit add, nothing is going to work, because again, on the front end you need to have this component, and even if I start putting in the fields, nothing is going to be visible to me, even if I do these sort of things. The reason, again, your front end doesn't know that this component exists. You need to create that component in your front end, and it depends how you create the component. It's going to be your own code, and it's going to be your own fields. Alright, so the same drill. We go to the we go to the GitHub. We copy the code. I mean, this looks like a messed up file, but we will see how that looks. So let's say this is the hero section now. What you can do is you can just paste it over here, and if I hit save, this is how it looks, right? So even when we want to change the content, even when we want to change the layout, you can see that this is how the conditional rendering is working right now. We are again accessing the block, and we are saying that if it is layout 1, then render this. If it is layout 2, then render this. And again, inside this, it's a bunch of styling. it's Tailwind CSS. I just copied the code from there. But yeah, this is how it looks. You can see that this is how we are accessing the subtitle, this is how we are accessing the title, and this is how we are accessing the image, and so on. So that's all about it. Again, to make it render dynamically, we'll need to go to the Storyblok provider file, and we'll need to uncomment this and uncomment this, since we are importing it from there. And if I hit save, then it's going to be should be over there. Not yet. Yeah, it's there. Alright, so you can see that this is how it looks, right? Whatever we have entered, whatever we are doing, it's over here now. And now again, once this component is ready, you can use this component wherever you want, how many times you want, depending upon how you set up the rules. And let's say welcome to Cityjs. Maybe let's add an asset. Let's see. Let's go over here. And if I do this, even when you add assets, or even when you add anything, it's going to be visible in real time. So that's how it looks. That's how it works. The upload is again not in my hand, which is taking a bit of time, but yeah, it's done. So if I click over here, you'll see that the image also displays over here in real time. And let's make it a better subtitle. So yeah, this is how we instantly created the component, right? And even when we want to play with the layout, if I select a different layout, that is going to be a different that's going to be a different layout. That's how we have defined it. We are just inversing it. So yeah, that's how easily you can create a component, and that's how once the component is created, you can just play around with that. And the other thing is, nothing is happening on your production, nothing is happening on your draft environment. Everything is still the same. So unless and until I hit save or publish, nothing is going to go to my production. So if I refresh this, you'll see that we added the components, we added the stylings, but nothing is over here. So unless and until I hit save, nothing is going to go on my production. So if I hit save, and if I hit refresh now on this, okay, all right. And if I hit refresh now over here, you'll see that this is how the refresh works. I went to the place, I saved it, and then I refreshed it, so it's there. Even if I want to play around with the if I want to play around with the order of it, that is also something that I can do in real time, and that's how it would look. And yeah, again, if I go over here, nothing is going to be changed. If I hit save and if I hit refresh, then you will see that on your production or on your draft environment, the order is going to be changed as well. So yeah, that's how it looks, that's how it works. Now the only thing we are left with is copy pasting all of the components to reach at this particular point. So yeah, in case let's say to save a bit of time, what you can do is there is this magic link. So this magic link, what it'll do is whichever components we have inside the space, inside the production space, let's say this one, whichever components we have, it is going to create those components for you automatically. So I'll just click on that link. So we don't have to go to the process of creating each and every component for now. So I'll just click on this link, and this is going to create a space for me, which is going to be with all of the fields. So I'll again select the community plan, and now if I go inside the content, you'll see that there are a bunch of pages created which we are going to be using, and there are a bunch of like the components which are already created. The only thing that we need to do is we need to change the access token because it's a new space, and we need to change the path over here as well. So like if I go over here and if I say localhost 3010, that's what we were working with, and we need to change the access token as well inside our files. So I'll just grab this access token and I'll just paste it in the files where we added our access token. So firstly over here, and then the other place was the layout file. So yeah, that's now kind of done. Now we just need to create all of the components inside this particular Next.js project. So let's start with that. We won't be creating each and every component. We'll just, let's say, create an article component and a featured article component, something like that. And yeah, so now let's as I mentioned, let's create the article component. So if I go to the GitHub again to copy the code, you'll see that this is the article.js file, and I'll just copy this. Yeah, so this is the article.js file, and we are using rich text rendering as well, which is going to be again accessible from React RSC, because this article component now is going to be something like, where did it go? Yeah, this is the space which we are going to be using right now, from which we copied the access token, and this is the blog articles folder, and inside the blog articles folder these are all the blogs that are already there, and you'll see that this is how it looks if it renders nicely. Yeah, the reason it's not rendering again because we need to set it up, we need to declare the component inside the Storyblok init function. But yeah, just wanted to show the fields. So these are the fields for the blogs, right? So there is this title, there is subtitle, there is content, which is rich text, and there is this image again. What we need to do is we need to go over here and we need to uncomment the article as well. So if I do this and if I do this, not this, sorry, it's gonna be, should be working. So yeah, this is how again it is. The article component which we already saw over here, it is again rendering those fields that we get, and once you get those fields again inside this block, you just render those wherever you want to. So be it a style, be it any of the fields, right? If you want to play with the styles, or if you want to, let's say, have those fields to get the navigation bar or get the footer, you can do that as well, because you are retrieving it through the API and you can use it as you want. So yeah, this is the only thing that is rendering the article. And now what's going to happen is every article is going to be rendered in the same way. So even when I create new articles, you can see that there are these 3 articles created already. But even when I create a new article, it is going to be visible to me. So I don't have to go inside the code again and again to write the article. I can just do it over here. This is something where, let's say if you have a blog website, you define a couple of blogs in a markdown, and then you just write in the markdown, you grab those blogs and build the website statically, somewhat like that. But in this case, you're going to be seeing how it looks in real time. So you can again, if I change anything, if I'm changing the image, if I'm changing the content, that is going to be visible in real time. So that's how it works. If I create a new blog, let's say, just grab the changes. Let's say if I create blog 3 and change the content type to article, because we want this schema to be coming over here. This is blog 3. Oh, sorry, it should be blog 4, right? Anyways, I'll need to add the asset because you need an asset over there. So I'll again use the image that we added in the previous space. It's giving an error because we are trying to access a field which is not there. So as soon as we fill in the data, it should be working. That's what I hope. I just select this, and then we do, let's say, something like this. Let's hit save to see if it renders. Yeah, so it's over here. So this is how it looks, and now you can start writing the complete article, and it's going to be visible to you how it's going to look like on your production in real time. So that's about the article pages. And this again, I'm showing a bunch of easy components with less number of fields, so you know how to how to set it up. But this can go as complex as you'd like. If we take a look at this particular space, you'll see that these are all the components that we have. These are a bunch of components that we have, and every component can render the way you want it to be, and you can play around. You can drag and drop a bunch of things, and yeah, that's how it's gonna work. The last thing which we'll do in a bit is, like, let's since we have this particular thing over here, which is like rendering the popular articles component, we'll create that and we'll render that as well. So for doing that, let's go back to the GitHub and let's like take the popular article.js file and let's create that. This popular articles, it's again, like what it is doing, it is fetching all the the articles that we're going to be adding into the field on the home story. So if I go over here and if we see the home story, this is the component that we are building right now. Again, it's not visible because we haven't created it yet. So what this component looks like is, like if I go inside the settings, you'll see that we are referring the stories, or we are referring the entries that we created inside the article folder, inside the blog folder, and we are getting all of those entries inside here as a drop down. So if I click on this, you'll see that the blog 3 that we created is also over here. So that's how the field looks. And this field is going to be returning the UUIDs of these blogs, and then we are going to be resolving these on our front end, which is already being done as far as I remember the code. So yeah, so, like while fetching the data, while fetching the data, which should be somewhere. Oh, sorry, yeah, this one. While fetching the data, like what we are doing is we are passing a couple of parameters as well. So for example, this is the draft version. We are passing a CV. Then we are passing the resolve relations. So like it's saying that whenever you find articles inside the popular article sections, just resolve those. And then we are doing it for the bridge as well. The bridge which we are working with, the Storyblok JavaScript bridge, which like comes with the Storyblok React SDK. We are resolving it for that as well. So when you change these things in the visualator, that also doesn't break. We will see that. We'll see how it looks. So now the article page is created. Now the popular articles is created. You'll see that it needs another import, which is the article teaser. So this is not a component which needs to be set up inside Storyblok, but this is just a component so that we show those small cards on the front end. If I go over here and I say article teaser, and if we just go to the GitHub again to copy paste the code as we've been doing, you'll see that this is again nothing a lot. It is just this popular articles is using this, and it is passing an article inside as a prop, and this prop you can access it over here, and you are rendering the cards. So if I hit save now, over here, and then we need to probably uncomment what we have inside here. So this is the popular articles, and we need to do this as well. Now if I go inside the home story over here, you'll see that the popular articles are being rendered. So this is how we are rendering the popular articles as well. Even if you want to change the if you want to change the order of these, that can also be done. You can just drag and drop and you can just play around with them. If I want to delete one, that will happen. If I want to add another one, that will also happen. But again, nothing is happening on the production or on this place unless it's hit save. So you'll see the block 2 is over here as well. And if I go over here, it's block 1, right? So when you're editing, nothing is going to go live unless and until you hit save or publish. The other thing, which I was mentioning over here inside the page.js file, that we are resolving the relations. So this is a place, which is taking the UUIDs of these articles, and it is resolving the complete article for us. And this is happening with the bridge. So if I just remove this particular thing, you'll see that it is being rendered for me. But if I if I try to do something, it's gonna break, which is not breaking. Just a second. Yeah, it's gonna break because we need to resolve the relations not just for retrieving the data, but we need to resolve the relations for the bridge as well. So the bridge that is which is implemented over here is also something that you can pass the parameters for, and you need to pass resolving parameters over here as well. So yeah, that's how it looks, and this is the same way you can create a bunch of other components, and yeah, that's how it should work. I mean, you can create any of the components, and you can render the way you would want to render those components. Let me see if we are there. Yeah, I mean that was all about it, and like the final version would somewhat look like this, which is over here, but like if you add the navigation bar, if you add the footer, then it's going to look a bit beautiful, and if you add, let's say, a couple of more pages, then you can do it in the same way. So I think we are, I mean that was all about it. Thank you so much for listening it so patiently, and I hope it was not that boring, because I see like everyone is it's after lunch, so I understand. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, should I just any questions? Yes.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio. Amplify Studio.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the TATA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the TATA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
the TATA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot.
Okay? And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
With some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got a winner, let's give them a round of applause!
with some accent. But now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English. Okay. And now we can continue to
the CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
Hello, YouTube. Sure. I guess YouTube. I don't know. Thank you. All right. Cool. So we got a bunch of people. Awesome. Great. Fubar. That's a very nice name. Good job. Partman. Is that like a action hero or something? That's not a thing. It's just I don't know. Kind of like Ultraman or something. I don't know. But like half of Ultraman, just Partman. Cool. Very nice. K920. So we have like a robot. That's cool. Cool. All right. So everybody's logged in. That's gonna be logged in. So now that you see that, hopefully, you see the slides. You see the same slide that you're right. Cool. Now, if everything works, your slide should have changed. Awesome. So who's heard of web components? All right. Is it because you heard me yammering on about it, or you actually like from other places? Is it from me yakking about it, or no? All right. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Very nice. All right. Cool. No. All right. So basically, we can just fly right through this thing. Like we're just, okay. Cool. We're just going right through it. All right. Nice. We're gonna save some time. All right. Let's go. Now, some of the goals we're going to do, we're going to have some general understanding. We're going to show the value of web components. We're going to create and integrate, well, maybe integrate, we'll see how much time we have, a web component, and then resources, and then we're going to get into this whole goodness about Twitch, all right? So, you have a GitHub account, because if you want to kind of like save any of the stuff that we're working on, these sites use GitHub to like log in. So you can always, so if you don't have one, you can always click, damn, okay, everybody's got one. All right, that's my fault for asking. I didn't know. My bad. I didn't know that was like a given. All right, cool. So you may be asking yourselves, are web components a thing yet? Right? Is anybody asking that? Probably not. You should probably just thank you. So there's actually a website for that. Are web components a thing yet.com. You don't have to worry about going because I have it there. And yes, they are. Congratulations, we're done. That was quick. No, I'm joking. So what we're going to do is I'm going to scroll through this list, and you're probably scrolling already because you guys are very, very advanced. So what we're going to do is I'm going to scroll through the list. You're going to see some logos that you may or may not recognize. And when you see a logo that you recognize, please say the word ding. All right, so I'm going to scroll. Let's practice. I'm going to scroll. You see a logo you recognize. You say, all right, one more time. So I'm scrolling. You see a logo you recognize. You say, ding. Nice. All right, cool. So here we go. There's a lot of them. So, long story short, web components are a thing. All right, we're gonna agree. Cool. Next thing. One of the largest like search engines ever also uses web components. So if you were in doubt before, just know that YouTube. And a way to tell about web components, they may look strange, like the wording, because a lot of times they'll have hyphens in them, right? And so, for example, on the YouTube page, if you look at the source, you'll see stuff like YTD-rich-grid-row. All these like random things that kind of don't make any sense, but to YouTube it does make sense. So those are like web components. Another place, because everybody has a GitHub apparently, if you go to GitHub, they actually have a set of web components. Because you ever notice like when you push a PR or what have you, it says like how many seconds ago, or if you're looking at like an issue, it tells you how far. Those are web components. And they actually broke it out to where you can use those web components if you like, and they're called time-elements. So if you go to GitHub /time-elements, you'll be able to check them out, and you'll see, like one of them I have them highlighted there, is that time ago. And it has like a date thing, and it tells you like how long ago that thing happened. Cool. So if you've ever used like a video element, an audio element, or personally one of my favorite like HTML elements that I don't think get used enough, like the details element, which I think is amazing. You don't have to like code any of that, it just does it for you. Neither are there. So just, see, y'all are very, very interactive, and I appreciate that. Thank you. So you've ever wondered, like, just by putting like a video tag and like a source to a video, you have a fully working video player. You had to do nothing for it, like it just did it for you. I always thought that was kind of cool, right? Same thing like the audio player, and even, again, my favorite HTML element, the details. It does the work for you. So that's kind of like web components. So one of the coolest web components I've ever seen in a minute is this model viewer. If you came to my talk yesterday and I showed you how we made the tic-tac-toe game in like a week, this is the model viewer, right? And this thing, again, is just, I don't even understand how cool, like to me this is so cool, right? Yeah. Now, as cool as this, like, I'm into like lo-fi poly stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think this is cool. If you go to modelviewer.dev, right, they actually took Neil Armstrong's suit and scanned it. So if you thought like, oh no, it's just lo-fi, so who cares? This is the literal suit. Look at the mask. There's the moon. Like you're on, like that's Earth. You're on the moon there. That is kind of amazing. So that I think is cool, and you can do a whole bunch of other cool stuff with it. So, all right. So again, I showed y'all how I created this WebXR tic-tac-toe game. We're not gonna go through it if you were there. Do it. If you want to play, you could go to xoxr.games. Cool. Now, a thing about me is I like to create projects, right? Like a lot of projects. Now, the thing is, I don't like to work too much on the projects, right? So once I get it done, I just want to get it done. And for me, I wanted to have like an about page, and I didn't want to have to go and recreate like an about page for every project, right? That just hurts my soul. So what I did was I created a kind of like a DWANE-made thing, where I can just call like an endpoint, and then it pulls in all the information for like the about, what it was built with, the updates, and like for more information kind of stuff. So I don't have to go and recreate it every time. I think that's cool. That's gonna be fine for all the pages. All right. Cool. So a thing I like about web components is that they're kind of like you can use the same component for multiple uses, like the humble input. The input tag doesn't get enough love. It does so much for us. You know what I'm saying? All you have to do is just change like an attribute. You have a button. You can do like a time, local date time thing, because time date is terrible trying to work with on the internet, and it gives you like a fully working calendar and a date thing and a time. Shouts to the, and then you can do like input. You can do a range thing, because that's always kind of like a pain to try to figure that out. Imagine having to try to figure out the CSS to make like the color picker thing here. How terrible that would be. You don't have to do that, which is kind of cool. So again, with your own web component, you can do the same thing. I come across where I found that I'm doing timing stuff, you know what I'm saying, like with countdown timers, and especially like with different websites where I set a date in the future, and I kind of like want people to know what time it is in their local time zone and things. So some of the projects I kind of created is that, so this date-timer, it takes this form in one form, then there's also like a countdown timer as well. So all these different time things are all the same web component, and it kind of depends on some of the attributes you plan to do. So I think that's pretty cool about web components. So I also have some examples here so you can go check out for yourself some other web components, some pretty cool stuff there. And webcomponents.org is like a good place to kind of go and see stuff about web components. Cool. Now, are web components getting cooler? Just let me know. And there's, well, yeah, he's going to vote. All right, cool. Nice, very nice. All right, we're going to keep it moving because I appreciate y'all for voting. Thank you. All right, we're going to keep it moving. So what makes a web component, right? So how much do you know about web? Do you know what makes up a web component? You just heard about it, right? So okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead. So a web component consists of like 3 different like web-based APIs that are standards, right? There's a custom element API, shadow DOM, and HTML templates. There was a 4th one, but browsers got so cool that it just kind of like fell into it. It's like ES module stuff, but it just does it now, so you don't have to worry about it. All right, so custom elements. Let's start with the first one. Like I said before, web components, they have to have a kebab case. So there has to be like a dash or a hyphen in between, because otherwise everybody would have their own like H1 tag or like a image tag, and it's just going to confuse the browser. So at least this way, it's a way of kind of showing that, all right, this is a web component thing, because one word things are just for the browser. Like you can't just do that. That'd be weird. Then, so what a custom elements API does, it takes like a class object that defines the behavior of your web component. And we're going to take a look at that. And then there's a bunch of built-in things. So if you just wanted to maybe extend, like you want to make your own super cool button, right? Instead of having to do all the different event listeners and all the things that are built into buttons, you can extend a button and build on top of that. That's already like the base layer of a button, right? So it's kind of like a cool way of just being able to just using a foundation and then building your own thing. And then a lot of these slides will have like a source, so you don't have to trust my word. You can actually go to like MDN and read more about it. Cool.
We trust you.
Oh, I appreciate it, but don't, because you never know. Trust but verify. I'm a big fan of trust but verify, so feel free to do that. All right. All right, now the shadow DOM. So it provides encapsulation of your web component. So it kind of like, as Paul Lewis said, and I have the video of proof him saying that, it contains the gross, right? So like your code could be messy, could be all whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it's not going to leak out into the outer application unless you kind of like want to or whatever, right? So it provides, it's kind of like its own like pocket dimension, all right? So it's kind of like you have the application, and then your web component is kind of like a portal into like another dimension where stuff happens. And then you can send things out, it can come in if you want, but it's like its own special place, all right? Cool. Oh, another cool thing about Shadow DOM is that things coming out of it, you can remap to so that the outer application can kind of understand it a little bit better. So let's say you create like a voting web component where people can, like how I had there, you can like vote and things, right? What you're doing is actually clicking like a button, right? But the outer application is like, well, it's a click, I don't really care. But if it was like a vote submitted, your application would listen for that, and that's a little bit more context for what's actually happening within your web component. So it makes a little bit more sense for the outer application to listen for like a vote submitted instead of just like a click, right? So it's kind of like a way of being able to determine and specify, hey, listen for these events because it's coming from this web component. All right, so that's one of the cool things. HTML templates. This you can use without, all these things you can pretty much use without like, but together they're web components, they make web components. You can use a template anytime you want. And what's cool with the template tag is that the content isn't immediately rendered. So anything you put in between the template tags, the browser's like, I don't care, because it's between a template tag. It's not gonna render it, it's not gonna care about it, it just kind of ignores it, right? And then from there, you can take your web component to clone that template and so then make the browser care about it later. Otherwise, it's just going to pass it over. So you can have a whole bunch of stuff in between template tags. It's not going to affect rendering or anything because it just skips over it. Cool. And then it's also used, like I said, to render HTML and update it efficiently when the user interacts with our web component. But then for like complex templates, like if your stuff gets really, really like, you know how we do. Sometimes we take something super simple and make it very complex. You can use like a library or a framework or a tool to kind of like make it a little bit easier. So let's take a look at an example real quick. All right, who's the greatest group of all time? Who do you think? Just go ahead and yell out something. Who's the greatest group of all time? Just give me an example. Nobody here likes music? Nothing? Nobody? You like music?
Queen.
Queen. Let's try Queen. All right, sounds good. Nope. They're okay, I guess. NWA? Oh, okay. I was gonna say NWA. I was like, oh, that's awesome. But okay, NWO. Nope. They're okay, I guess. Of course, the greatest group of all time. And once I say it, you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, of course, Outkast. Anybody familiar with Outkast? Anybody familiar with Outkast? Outkast? Anybody with Outkast? So, yep. And you're right. Yes. Okay. Maybe it's just me. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna talk about like the code a little bit. Now the HTML, what you see here is you have an H1, and then who's the greatest group of all time? You see it's green here, right? Oh, by the way, if I click this, it turns red. That's going to be important later. So then we have this input, is the ID sub input, groups of input, which is this one here. We have a button of submit right here. And then we have this weird one, goat-group. So there's a hyphen there, which probably leads us to believe it could be a web component, all right? And then I have like this little thinking face, and that's what this here is, right? And then we end it off. Take a look at the CSS. You see the H1? The color is green, so that's right there. That's why that is green, okay? Now let's take a look at the JavaScript, all this stuff is happening. All right, so now just like with normal, I don't know, me, I like to get a reference of all the different elements like at the top, just so I have it there, right? So that's what we're doing. So it's regular stuff, the light DOM stuff. So we're getting query selector of the input of the button, and now and I want to impress on you that web components are basically like regular HTML tags, but like with like superpowers. All right, so the same way you would get a reference to like an input or a button, same way you would get for your web component. So it's the same thing with a query selector, goat-group. All right. Then on the button that we click here, we have an event listener, click, and then I like to console log a lot of things. So there's a button clicked, and then we're going to set the attribute guess on the goat group element that we have a reference for. All right, because again, it's the same way as if you do with any other element. You set the attribute, and then with the value that was put in the submit. All right, and then we clear it out. Then we're going to listen for the custom event that's dispatched from the web components. So, because again, remember with the shadow DOM, we can remap events to things that we care about. All right, and so so again, because if an event listener guessed is not a real event, it's normally like click or submitted or whatever, right? Or submit. And so now we have a guest. So that's coming from our web component. We're going to show you how to remap that. All right. Cool. And then that same the template, that element that we're talking about before. So I have this template. Oh, I probably should. Okay. So we're going to create a template tag. There's two ways. You can have like a template tag in your HTML, or you can create it with JavaScript. And we're going to create it with JavaScript here. So I'm creating an element template. And within that template, I have a slot, I have H1, and we have a div with ID verdict. All right? So then the HTML-based class, we're going to extend it off of HTML because we're starting kind of like from scratch. Then we're going to observe some attributes. And so super is kind of like you get all the supernatural goodness and powers from like the base class, which is the HTML elements. So we're going to get all that goodness. And then we're going to clone the template tag that we created before. Awesome. All right, and then we're going to append the clone to it into the shadow root again, which is like the shadow DOM, shadow realm thing. Then we're going to have this listen for a click event within it, and we're going to change the color to red. And that's why when I clicked it, it turned to red. There. All right. Now, we have a connected callback, so when it's actually added to the DOM, the connected callback method is called. And so I'm changing the style color to blue. That's why it was blue originally. Then if anything changes, we have the attribute that changed, the name, the old value, and the new value, so that way you can kind of like compare old and new values. All right, cool. Then we're going to get a reference to that same verdict div that we had before. So but this time it's with the shadow root, so it's not in the document because we're in that shadow realm area, right? So we do that, and then so yeah, if it's outcast, right? Then we're going to change the H1 inner text to be the actual new value, which is outcast uppercase with a bunch of exclamation points. All right. Then so then we change that thing. The verdict here, it says you're right there, and then we're also going to dispatch a new custom event, and this is where we're remapping that clicked event there, the actual changing of this thing of the guest attribute. We're changing that to guest, and then the detail, like the information is yup, and then it bubbles up through the DOM, and we're saying that's true. Cool, and then it's composed, it allows it to cross into the light DOM. So again, by putting that to be composed, that means it can go outside of the web component. Cool. Otherwise, we say it's false, then we say nope. All right, cool. And then when you remove it, like if you need to remove the web component, the disconnected callback will fire. And cool. And then so here is that custom elements API where it goes taking that goat-group and then attaching that to the class that we have of goat group, which again, this whole thing is called goat group. Yes, exactly. Okay, yeah, class goat group, right there. Cool, and that makes that. Now, I wanted to mention that you saw when we click, because this here is also an H1 tag, the same one as this one. And you saw when I clicked this and it turned red, it didn't affect the one that's on the outside. Because again, the shadow DOM kind of contains the gross. Unless you actually wanted to change it, then you could. But so yeah, by default, it contains it. All right, so cool. Now, some things about the web component, kind of like an overview, is that you have your custom elements, right, with the hyphens. You have the properties and attributes that you pass into it. So in that past one, it was like guest. So guest equals whatever the guest was. And then you get custom events that come out of it, like the guest that you listen for, the event listener. And then you can call different methods upon your web components. So let's say if you wanted to, I don't know, like refresh it or, you know, clear things out or what have you. You can call different methods on it. And we'll take a look at that soon also. So, our web components still cool? How we doing? We awake? We good? Everybody's kind of learning some stuff? Sort of, kind of? Doing all right? Following along? It's cool? Nice. I'm going to click that before somebody says no and ruins my ego. All right, so let's talk about some of the tools that we're going to, that can be used to build. Because, I mean, it's all fun and games when you're doing like vanilla JavaScript for something simple. But nothing is simple in JavaScript. Once it gets to any certain point, it becomes complex, right? So there's different tools for that. And so one of the cool places on the internet to kind of check out all the different ways of creating web components is webcomponents.dev. The slide is still changing for everybody, right? Just want to make sure we're still good. Cool. And so webcomponents.dev offers like a whole bunch of different ways of being able to create web components. As a matter of fact, there's like 64 different ways of tools and frameworks and libraries to be able to create web components. So if you like doing JSX, cool. You like TypeScript, cool. There's probably some sort of way that you would probably like jive with to be able to kind of like feel good about creating web components. Because at the end of the day, they're all web standards. So as long as the framework, library, whatever you're using compiles to those standards, it doesn't really matter what you're using, right? Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at an example. So here's like the plain JS version of it. What's cool about it is that you can try different things. So you can, instead of having to set everything up on your local machine or whatever, you can go to webcomponents.dev and just click through, and they're all examples of like of a button, like with a counter. Seems like counters are like the hello world of web components. And it's because you have some like methods that you can call. You have a value that's always kind of changing. And so it's pretty cool. So let's take a look at, well, I think I have to open this in a new window to show everything because I don't think it's going to. All right, so let me open this in a new window or a new tab. New tab's right line. Got change. So it's going to load the components. Cool. All right, so we're going to look under this index.js. So pretty much similar to what we did before. We're creating an element with a template, and they're doing that inner HTML and setting the style of it. We have our class here, myCounter, which extends the HTML element, again, like pretty much like the generic base class. And then we have the super, so we have the constructor here, so we have our super, get all that goodness. We're setting the initial value of the counter to being 0, and then we're attaching the shadow DOM, and the mode is open so that it can like, you can change things from the outside from it. All right, can I make this? Okay, let's see. So we got a little bit. How's the sizing, by the way? Is that cool? Make that bigger? That's, well, yeah, I mean, you can probably see it on your laptop if you're on your laptop, so either way. All right, cool. So then we have the connected callback again. So this is what happens when the web component is added to the DOM. And so you see it adding the shadow root, so they're appending that template that we cloned. You're getting the element of the inc, which is this one here, increment 1. And then we're also doing the decrement 1 here. And then any click on them, it launches the method.inc and .ec, which are here. And it's updating. So it's calling this function, which is the update here. It's passing in the either incremented or the decremented count value. And it's just letting the inner HTML of that document that they're getting get by ID, this counter here, and setting the inner HTML to that. You probably could do like inner text, but neither here nor there. I didn't write that, so it's fine. All right, cool. So everybody's good with how that's kind of like set up. That's kind of like what we went through. Now, if you ever get anything a little bit more in depth, because like you saw, there's like 64 different ways of writing it now, right? And if you're on a team and everybody's writing their thing in a different way, it could get chaotic, right? So, is that like a bird or something? I don't know, neither. So if there's like, you're working in a group, well, Open Web Components provides like a framework so that everybody's on the same page. So it sets up the file structure, it uses lit for like kind of like the templating engine, and so it kind of takes all that stuff away from you so everybody's starting on the same path. So you can do that if you like, all right? For like a little bit of structure if you're on a team. All right, now, it's cool that your thing is here, like on your local machine or what have you, but you want other people to be using it, right? So one of the ways is through publishing through NPM. And so if you've ever like NPM installed anything, that's basically what you're doing there. So it was cool that some of the tools like do that for you that we're gonna go through. But so yeah, so npmjs.com, you just set up like an account, and then you just be able to like npm publish the thing, and it'll send it to it, and you'll be able to like npm install, or anybody else will be able to npm install it and use it in their projects. Cool. We're going to do a little bit of that later also. Now, if you don't want to have the npm install, well, there's a bunch of different content delivery networks. And so they give you like a URL to where you can then just be able to pull it in to the project and then be able to use it. And so some of them are JS Deliver, Skypack, Unpackage. I think there's probably some other ones that have popped up, but right now, those are the ones. Cool, so let's build something. All right, so one of the first things I built when I joined Vonage was a keypad, because we had like a set of UI things, and I figured like having a keypad could be pretty useful. You know, whether maybe you want to like dial a number, or maybe it's for like a calculator component or whatever, but just being able to, or maybe entering a PIN or something. So instead of having to recreate like an input, and then, by the way, this is the web component here, so if you actually kind of want to play with it. And so if you wanted to actually just, instead of having to recreate the buttons and having like the IDs of them and all this other stuff, I thought just by putting a keypad would make everything cool. So I used OpenWC to kind of like set everything up, to set up the framework and everything, to scaffold it. Then there's different properties and attributes that you can pass into it. So like there's like a placeholder, so if you want to actually change the name of it there, we have if you want to change the keys, we have the action text, which is this one here. When you're while doing an action, there's like a cancel text that you can do. You can hide the asterisk, you can hide the actual hashtag, or you can get rid of the display also. So there's a bunch of things you can do. A method that you can call is the create action, which will turn basically, it will do stuff and change that to like the cancel state. And then we have different custom events that you can listen for, like digit added, digit sent, and action ended. All right, so again, you pass in properties into your web component, you can listen for custom events, and you can call methods upon it. All right, cool. Now, some tool references, again, you can check out Open Web Components, OpenWC, and then Lit is one of the ones that I use to kind of like scaffold web components, basically because Open Web Components uses it. All right, then, here we go. So let's take a look at some of this code here. I'm gonna open this in a new window because I don't want to mess this up, because I normally forget to do that. Let me close this out, close this out. All right, so this is basically the code for it, right? Now what I'm going to do is, since I'm already logged in, I can actually just somewhere, oh, you know what, I don't think I can actually, because I'm logged in, it's not gonna let me fork my own thing, right? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Hold on, let me, I think I'll open this in a new incognito window, maybe? Okay, so I should be able to fork this somewhere. Things keep changing on me. What have you? Let me see. Is this one? Nope. Oh, please log in so we can duplicate this in journal. Okay, I think that's one. Hold on. Let me see something. So you won't let me do it here, but you should be able to fork it for yourself. Which one?
Maybe check out a new branch.
Let me see, will that work? Local. No, that might mess things up further. I may have to do that.
Maybe in the project.
There was some. What is it? What, this one?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to delete it. There used to be a thing here. Okay, I'm probably missing it somewhere. Pretty sure. What's up?
Just try to edit the text, it will give you the option to do it.
Oh, you mean if I try it in here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. So let's try to change the color. Let's see what happens. So, what's someone's favorite color? You say purple. Purple's already there.
Goldenrod yellow.
Golden. Okay. Let me see. So we're going to change the background of this button. Let's see. Gold. Oh. Okay. Well, there we go. Nice. Thank you. There we go. Oh wait. Went back to index.html. Okay. All right, so we're going to change the color. Let's try goldenrod, see what happens. Oh, if I could spell that. See, this is why I don't do live coding. Let's see, save that. Bam, all right, cool. Color of the text. What was a good color? Anybody? There are no wrong answers. It's fine. Where are we at? Just give me something, or I'm gonna come up with something really weird, like periwinkle or something.
For what?
For the text color. Let's
Black.
black. Let's go with black. All right, cool. So then you can see here we have I kind of have it as black. Okay. Let's see. VC button. Wait, that was the. No, that's border. Give me a second. Where is it? There we go. So I have it as VC text color. Where at? That's a variable which I have here. Yes. So we're going to just change it. Give me a second here. Where is it? This is not so difficult. Where is it? Yeah. Well, I'm just going to color. I'm just going to change this here. This fine. Let's make it. What was it again?
Black.
Black. Let's see if that works. There we go. All right, cool. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to publish to NPM. Again, it's pretty cool that you can just do it within the browser, so we're going to do that really quickly. And it needs me to sign to GitHub. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. All right, never had me do that before. Let me, if I copy this, put this into here, maybe it will then apply it. Okay, bam. All right, cool. So now we're going to publish eventually. Where did it go? Okay, wait, what? Oh, there we go. All right, now we're going to publish it. Cool, so we're going to do the release. Great. And then we're just going to release it. So while that's doing its thing, so it's basically going to bundle it, publish it to NPM, and it will be able to check it out. All right, cool. It's doing this thing here. So how's it going so far? Everybody's kind of following along? It's good so far? You're doing all right? Cool, cool, cool. All right. I promise we're going to get into the Twitch stuff soon. All right, cool. So here we go. We can take a look at it. So we're going to npmjs.com, and here, bam, here we go. Here is our thing. It was just published a few seconds ago. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to actually use that in a JS file. Now we're going to use a CDN because with like CodePen in certain environment like that, you can't npm install. So we're going to just go ahead and use our thing here. Again, I'm terrible at typing, so I have the actual thing here. So I'm just going to uncomment that. Oh no, wait, yeah. So we're going to replace there with the thing that they got us here. So the anybody, does that happen to anybody else? I hate that. All right, WCD all the way to the weird thing that's here at the end. So right to there. So that's like our pathing. Sometimes, I don't know how long ago this happened, but you're able to kind of like so that not everybody has the same file name is getting confused. You can actually put in like, so like I think mine is like @lifelongdev. So it's kind of like a way of being able to differentiate between the different packages. All right, so we're going to use the webcomponents.dev. That's their one. And here, so I'm just going to replace that to the up to the @latest. So we want to get the latest version of it. We're going to save that. Oh, I didn't actually mean to save that, but okay. I think should load, hopefully. Give it a second. Bam! And it's the color that we chose, so, okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, cool. We don't have time for congratulations, but thank you, appreciate it. All right, so we're just gonna skip this. This is if you wanted to like npm install it. So let's do that real quick. All right, so this is using StackBlitz. StackBlitz is another cool environment where you can kind of like code things what you want. So is it gonna let me do it? All right, here we go. So I have this other one. I'm gonna delete this old one here. Cool, it's gone. We're going to npm install that same thing right there. Let's see. Installing dependencies. Cool. Then do I have to refresh it, or is it going to do it for me? Hopefully at some point. Oh wait, you know what? No, I need to actually call the proper one because I'm trying to import something that doesn't exist. So I need to import the one that we had there, save that, bam. Good to go. All right, cool. So that is that one. Great. So we showed both using a CDN and importing it. All right. Next. Oh, okay, somebody went ahead or something? All right, cool. So I'm just kind of curious. We're not going to have time to do it, but what's kind of like, if you were to include the web component framework, what's a framework that you don't want to use? So is React pretty popular here, I guess, kind of? Okay, cool. Well, they're not voting for it, so I mean, you got to go with the people, but we're not going to do that now because we don't have enough time. All right, cool, we're going to keep it moving. But you can see like Angular has like a very good support, thank you. Full support for web components, which is amazing. React, not so much, but they've been promising full support for some time now. And Vue also has like pretty good support for it. And if you go to custom elements everywhere, they actually go through and test all the latest versions of the different frameworks to make sure that frameworks and custom elements can be BFFs. And so they have like React's not doing too good. But there's an experimental branch of React that has full support. So if you want to let them know, if you like React and you want full support for it, you can let them know. Vue, again, does really well. Angular, pretty much like everybody. Svelte, I'm a fan of Svelte. Svelte passes it. Even Angular 1, Angular.js has it. Why the new React doesn't? I don't know. You ask them. Preact, so pretty much everybody supports it very well. Cool. All right, and again, you'll be able to check out all the stuff here. Okay, somebody's got ahead somehow. Cool. I don't know how you did that. Let me know how you did that because I should probably fix that. Cool. And it's probably you because I see you laughing. It's you in it. Yeah, it's you. I see you. All right, neither here nor there. What's up?
Maybe the number in the URL.
Maybe
no,
that's fine. But so are we still cool with web components? We're still good? Awesome. All right, cool. No, it's fine. You're not hurting me. It's cool. You're hurting yourself, actually. No joking. All right, so now let's talk about styling. Okay, so it's cool, everything looks fine regularly, but you want to kind of add your own pizzazz to it, right? So there are a couple of ways of doing it. There's the CSS custom properties, also known as like CSS variables. Has anybody ever done those yet? Those are pretty cool. It's almost like JavaScript in your like CSS, right? And then there's part. Has anybody used part yet before? Cool, something new. All right, so CSS custom properties. Seen it before. It's like, let's see, a button. You have a background color. You put variable, you put it in, and you put like a fallback. All right. So your button, my element hyphen button hyphen color for the background. Then you can select the actual element of it and set the value in the root so that it goes through. Now the thing is, well, what if you want to do the font color? Well, it's going to be color var hyphen hyphen my element hyphen font hyphen color with the thing. Or when you want to do like the border radius, well, it's going to be border radius my element hyphen border hyphen radius whatever. It can be a lot, right? And you have to like think of all the different things that you would want somebody to be able to customize, right? Now that may be good if you want to like limit the choices, but I've let people do what they got to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm a part guy, all right? So now with part, same button, you're gonna within your web component, you're naming the part button because I'm unoriginal. You can name it Ed if you want, whatever. So button, and then you have the button there. In your actual application, you take the custom elements. So again, it's just like a regular HTML element because it is. So whatever the name is, and you have : part. And what's the part that you want to actually customize? The button. And then you can do whatever you want. However you normally style a button, you can. You just put it all in there. All right? Cool. So we're going to take a look at some examples real quick. I create random things for my job. They let me do it, and they pay me, which is amazing. So I created some web components to be used with our client SDK, just to make it a little bit easier to create a chat app. Right? And so you can see here we have like the VC-messages that shows all the different messages. We have the members there. If you want to show the typing indicator, you can. And we have the text input. We actually put it in, hit enter. So we're going to style some of those right now. Here is the VC-text input. So looks cool. Yeah, it's kind of stylish, kind of smooth, kind of nice, right? Well, we're going to go and change that. So I'm going to uncomment this. Or I thought I was going to uncomment that. That didn't apparently work. Okay, so I'll do that. That. Bam. Why you want it to look like that? I don't know. I'm not going to judge, but you can. Okay? Should you? I don't know. I'm not going to tell you. But I think that's kind of cool. Now, also, the different members in the list. We have that. Oh, what did I just do? That was weird. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and change that. So, it's kind of like clean. But if you want to do that, you can. Sure. And again, all we're doing is we're taking the part, the UL, doing some stuff, the LI, the individual parts, changing some stuff. And now, it's kind of weird because I wasn't able to actually, because I wanted to be every other thing like a green or a blue. With part, I wasn't able to do that, so I had to go and use some custom variables. So you can mix them together if you want. All right, cool. Now here, let's take a look back at the keypad components. So, it's cool right there, what have you, right? And if we wanted to change it up, so now if you want, so you can turn it into like a gamepad now if you wanted to be able to do stuff. So you can change it all sorts of ways that you want. Cool. Now let's talk about some new stuff. This is the thing I've been working on. It's probably going to break, but we'll see. It's going to be a good time. All right, we're all going to make this work. Okay, so I created a whole set of web components to be used with our video API. All right, so kind of here it is. I wanted to be able to create something where you could set up a video chat as easy as possible, because we understand that your application is way more than just a video chat app. You just may want to add video chat functionality. So you shouldn't have to go and figure all the minutia of what it takes to create a video chat, right? You just want to be able to place things and call it a day, right? So we have different components like a video-publisher that will show your video feed and subscribe it to the session so that other people can subscribe and see it in the video-subscribers. If you want to do an individual subscriber and kind of handle it, each one on your own, you can do that as well. You can share your screen, and then we have like different inputs. So if you want to select a different webcam or what have you, you can do that. So all that's there, and we're going to go and try and make this thing work. All right, so I'm not sure how many people actually have like API keys and stuff. So we're just going to sign up for a video account real quick. So you just open that in a new window. It's going to look kind of like this. And you just have to sign a couple of things in. So you're going to click sign up if you want to kind of follow along. And, nope, I have it somewhere. Where did I have that? I had that somewhere. Yeah, cool. So we're going to sign up. So you just put in your first name, last name, email, I don't know, whatever company name, Cityjs, I don't know, whatever. And then like a password. And you can actually get like 10 credits. So $10 credits. So we'll be able to do something cool here. All right. So you're doing it. Let me know if you have any issues. Let me know who's doing it. How's it coming along? You know what? Let me get a, let's actually use this thing. Oh, I'm on the phone, so probably that broke it. Oh, you broke it. Oh, so you're on the phone. Thanks, Parth, man. You remind me, what's that one from the anime? While people are logging, I'm just going to kind of go on a tangent here. The one where she's like a robot or something, and it's super complex. And there's like the laughing man, and he's like hacking things.
Evangeline?
Was it?
Evangeline?
Maybe. Is that one? I don't remember. Neither here nor there. But yeah, so it just kind of reminded me of that. Similar to sandboxes. What was that? Oh wait.
That was me. That was when you were introducing the shadow DOM.
Yeah.
So I was thinking it was like a sandbox, like the V8 JavaScript sandbox, or like a middleware where you can only export select data.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. Let's see. If you knock a little out. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, apartment's my name. Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't put your password in anything I create. So, like, I'm not, no. Let's see. Cool, you're on the phone, apartment. Thank you for breaking my stuff. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, try not to hack my stuff, please. And especially when in the middle of a thing here. Let's not. Let's see. Cool. So how was the signing up? Everybody's cool with the sign up? Has it been working okay so far? Is everybody kind of like able to sign up? Was it easy? Because we're always looking for feedback to kind of make sure it's a little bit easier. So everybody was cool that's going to be doing it? Okay. So I'm just going to log in because I have an account. And I'm going to create an API key in secret. I am going to delete this right afterwards, so it doesn't matter. So whatever, I'm just to let you know. We're just using it for demo purposes. I'm pretty sure I clicked login. Please let me log in. So I'm going to step you through how to create an API key in secret. All right, so under projects, you're going to create a new project here, right? And then we're going to use the Vonage video APIs. We're going to create a custom project. And then we're going to add a name. So let's say Cityjs Twitch demo. All right, we're going to do the VPA because that's kind of like the greater, like, it's good for like most projects because it's but
I guess the password is not working for new account. It's showing error.
It's not working for who?
When I set up my account.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's saying the password is wrong for the new account that I just opened.
Okay.
I did try to reset and it's giving the same error.
Can you try? Anybody else have that issue, or you're able? You had the same issue?
Yeah. Same error.
And you too? Huh. Did you do all? It wasn't like a known password, kind of like password or nothing, right? Like it's,
yeah, it's a known password, just name and number type.
Oh, try to come up with something like strange, like random. Yeah, try to do something like weird, because it's probably blocking it where it's like, oh, this is, yeah. Just try to do something that's maybe a little bit like, strange, like kind of, sort of. All right, so cool. Now we're just gonna hit create. All right, cool. So we have the API key and secret. Again, I'm going to delete this afterwards, so whatever. All right, cool. So now we have a starter project here. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the starter project, because again, I am not trying to code this out live. So here's the GitHub repo. Now we're going to open a Stack Blitz, which is pretty cool because Stack Blitz will take the GitHub repo and do all the things, npm install all the goodness, and make it work for us. All right, bless you. All right, we're going to open this. Hopefully, if it works, hopefully I'm hoping. It worked before, so, and all this is done in the browser, which is kind of amazing to me, like just being able to run like Node and all these things within your browser, having to worry about, so I don't have to worry about everybody's individual like setups, and if you're using this thing, it doesn't matter. We're all playing in the same playing field, and which is kind of amazing. And of course, it broke because you must specify your API key and secret. I almost had a heart attack. I was like, water would have been cool, but we're good. I know what the problem was. Appreciate you though. Thank you. All right, so we're going to take a look at my super secret, not leaked API key and secret that I just showed everybody on the planet. Okay, is it this one? Nope. Where is? See, I have this issue where I open way too many tabs in Windows. I know nothing where nothing is anymore. I just, oh wait, here you go. Here you go. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this. We need to look at the code here. So we're going to rename this env.example file to .env, because you never commit your .env files, just as a warning. Cool. We're going to open this up. What just happened? Okay. Go back to the GitHub page. We'll take a look at this thing here. All right, we just need to copy and paste the API key secret thing here. For some reason, maybe because I did it afterwards. But, oh, no, it's there. Long day. Okay, we're going to just go ahead and copy the API key again. Put that. I think it needs to be in quotes, I'm pretty sure. We're going to try it with quotes. If it doesn't work, we'll take off the quotes. This one here, we need the secret. Cool. Put that in quotes. All right, we're going to save that. Go down here to the, oh, and it forked it. Good job. All right, it's going to run it again. It's booting the web container. Cool. Oh, wait, did I not save it? It went away. What the what? Okay. All right, that's awesome. Don't do what I did. I guess save it. I don't know what happened. So we're going to create a .env file. .env. All right, cool. We're going to do we're going to copy it again. Let me close this. We're not doing that anymore. Cool. Back to the dashboard. By the way, I'm messing up on purpose so you can get caught up. I'm not. Okay, let's see here. Put it in quotes. Put this one again. All right, save that. Hopefully that's stuck. Let me see. Yep, it's still there. Great. Now, to run it and everything, you just press the up key, and it's going to be npm install and npm start. All right, run that. Bam. So now we have the viewer page. So let me open this in a new tab. There was a way of doing that before. Like everything is like condensed. I can't, wait, is it this one? Because there used to be an open in a new window here. Where is that at? Let me see. Nope. Yeah, it's, well, okay, I'm just gonna copy and paste this. That'll be fine. Did everybody get like the viewer page and everything? Cool. So now, that is the viewer page. If you open in a new tab that same thing, that URL, and put /host, that's your host page. Okay? So we're going to just log in, DWANE, enter. It's probably going to ask you to get your, oh, it might not work because I'm using my, see, I'm using my camera. Wait, am I? Oh yeah, I think I'm using my camera for the StreamYard. So that might mess things up. Neither here nor there. Oh no, you know what? That's not going to work because we haven't included the web components. Let me see. Let's try. Let's see here. All right, so now what we're going to do is we have our hosts HTML, which, okay, hold on. Okay. This is a lot smaller screen than I'm normally used to. All right, cool. I have it loading the thing here. Did it work for anybody? Like, did the video come up for anybody? Not yet? Okay, hold on. Video publisher is there. Hold on. Control. No, everything's cool here. What did I forget? Okay, the host.js. Let me see here. Okay. Yep, that's there. Cool. Let me look at the host.js. Yeah, everything should be there. Why is that not? Okay, let me look under watch, other DWANE. Is it working for anybody? Is it like, are you seeing video feed or anything? No? Okay, it's probably something I'm forgetting here. Hold on. Initialize session. Huh, weird, hold on. So I have one that's working, but why is this not? I'm loading everything. Oh, of course. Okay. I'm loading the package here, so that's from the CDN. I'm not getting any errors, except for this favicon thing, which doesn't matter. And I'm getting the token, I'm getting the API key, I'm getting all that stuff. I got the session ID, all that is good. Why is that not? But it should have asked me to, I'm not sure why it's not asking me to like let the thing use my camera. Because normally it would say, because it's a New York, oh, there we go. I don't understand how things work. I don't understand how the internet works. Allow. So here is this. So this is the host, right? And then here's the watch that popped up here. And if we take a, that is so weird. I have no clue. I did nothing. I literally did nothing. I don't know, whatever, fine. The internet. All right, so if we take a look here, the elements, I have this dashboard, and then you see I have this video container, and that has the video subscribers, right? So all that, like, you don't have to worry about anything that the video subscriber needs to do, subscribing to the session, placing the different video feeds, none of that. You just put video hyphen subscribers, you're good to go. And so what you're doing is, for let's say for the host, right? Same thing for the host. I'm doing here, we have the body, the dashboard, the video container, and the video publisher, right? So all we're doing is we're taking, again, just like before, We're getting all the different references to different elements. And again, video-publisher because it is just a regular element. And then we're going to pass into it the session and the token. And that's all you need to do for it to start publishing your video feed to the session so that everybody can go and then watch it here. Cool. Now, I mean, that's cool and all, but what's one of the cool things? Like, what are we missing for, like, to be a kind of like a real cool Twitch clone? What are we missing? What's up? Well, we can stream the stream. Chat, exactly. Your part man's probably ahead and probably cheated, but that's fine. But yes, chat. But I do have an actual web component that you can do and select your own, your webcam or whatever, or screen share and all those other things. So those are there, but we're going to go with chat because we're just going to do that right now because almost out of time. Cool. All right, so here's the video chat already created for it. That's the code here. Right. All right, cool. So I built it using lit. It has a bunch of stuff. We're going to pass in a username. We're going to pass in messages. And so this is kind of what it looks like. Super basic, super awesome. All right, and then all that other goodness, right? What we're going to do is, I guess I need to change something to fork it. Let me just put an extra space or something. Oh, wait, no, I have to, I don't know what I'm doing. How did I do it last time? I think I opened it in an incognito window, right? And then changed it and forked it, and then put it back into the thing. Let's see. What? Okay. I'm just going to open that up here. And so the actual chat app is going to use our like signaling API. So it's going to be a way of kind of like broadcasting to different users of the app. And cool. So this is it here. Index. Cool. Let me I guess save it or something. Just going to save it. Cool. Great. It's coming up. Awesome. All right. So now we're going to publish it. We're going to create a release. Do that there. And just like before with the keypad, we're just going to include it into our project. Eventually. Okay, I got a couple minutes. Cool. All right, open that in a new window. We're going to take the URL, like the name for it here. Oh, come on. So, right, starting at the @WCD, go all the way to there, to the end of it. Now in the here, so I have what you need to do. So in the HTML file, you're just going to copy that. You're going to replace what I have there with your own. So in the different HTML files, so let's go into the host. Up here, right underneath, we're loading the web components. We're going to load the one we just created. I got to get that URL again. This one here. Name, bless you. All right, again, we're going to replace this WCD thing here up to the latest, right? Makes sense? Cool. So we got that. I'm just going to copy this full thing so I can copy it into the host. So save that. I mean, into the actual viewer one. Right here. Oh, nope, below there. All right. Oh, how's the password coming? Is it good? We're okay with the password stuff? Yep. Everybody's good with the password kind of? Did that work sort of for everybody? Well, we can take a look at it afterwards. All right, cool. So we got that. Now, what we need to do, so we have the JavaScript that's going to allow the browser to know what to do with our component. Because it's going to see like video-publisher, like I don't know what that is, right? But there's a JavaScript to let us know what to do with it, right? And so what we're going to do is now do some stuff with it. And oh, I forgot. Oh, didn't mean to do that. We also need to include the video-chat inside the chat container so that we know where to place it. So I already set it up here. Cool. That's where our video chat's going to go. Let us put it in for the host as well. All right, cool. And then in our JavaScript, we just need to query select, get a reference to it, just like with any other element, because it is just like any other element. So here, we're going to do it at the top. Do that there. And then in our index.js, do the same thing here. So now that we got a reference to it, we need to be able to pass in some of the like the identification stuff so that it can join the session and know what to listen for, right? So we save that. Then here, so we're going to get a reference to this. We're going to pass in a session. Oh, come on. And the name value so that we know who's speaking. Put that into host.js. So just like where we're passing into the publisher, we're going to put that same thing here. That came out weird, but that'll be fine because it fixes it for us. And then also in the index.js, again, so this time it's subscribers. This thing here, save that. Cool. Now, hopefully, if we refresh this, let me close this out. So we got the viewer there. We have our host here. DWANE host. Enter. Cool. So it showed up. Awesome. And then we have a DWANE viewer. Swain. That's fine. Again, I cannot type. So here's the actual feed. And now this thing is in the way. Okay. How do I hide? Okay. Hi. Okay. Swain viewer. Swain viewer. All right. Hello. Bam. And there. All right. So it works. Awesome. So we basically have Twitch. This is all we need, right? This is basically Twitch. No, sorry. And then so that's that. What else? A cool thing that you may want to try, make the chat look cool. Maybe you want to put some rounded corners around it. Maybe make the little input thing bigger. Make the names that pop up look different. You can do that. You now have the knowledge and all that goodness. Go forth and build. If you want to build some more stuff, I have a coupon code there that if you click that, it will show you the coupon code, and then you can redeem it in your dashboard. All right, cool, thank you. I have a whole blog series on the website. You can check it out there. If you want more about the video web components, try it out. Let me know. We're still building it, so any feedback of people using it would be great. And then the chat web components, my Twitter, hit me up, my website, and then you can check out our APIs. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a lot of talking. Okay, thank you. Let me know if you have any issues or anything. So, all right.
Sure, I can do it.
Oh, real quick. Let me get like a selfie with y'all, just to kind of prove to my job that I actually was here, and kind of I'm not just running around like New Delhi, just doing terrible things. Let's see. How do I do it? How do I do a selfie? Try to get everybody in here. I'm bad at this, as you can probably tell. How do I? Oh, my thumb is all in the way. All right, 3, 2, 1. Cool, that's probably good enough. Thank you. All right. Good. Oh, and we have swag. So if anybody wants free stuff, come in and see us. Thank you for listening to me ramble for like an hour.
So you
as a consolation prize, we have socks.
Start talking, like just announce distributing the lunch, and in the meantime, I'll start.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex system.
It's really cool. Like I learned a lot from them. I also learned a lot of things.
Okay. And now, clap your hands.
I definitely had a blast and would recommend coming to this event the next time it's on. I'm not sure when they'll be on next, but it is a really good event to meet people who...
Number 9 of 20, whose phone's gonna ring? Oh, yes! We've got a person, we got one. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now with some accent, but now most of you think you're from Greece, so I don't have to pretend that I have an accent. I can speak Greek English, okay? And now we can continue to
The CAPA system, the barrier control. So it's quite a complex
launched Firefox OS in India. I'm currently with an organization called Intelligent Foundation, where we're working on making payments as easy as sending an email. And it's a non-profit and open source organization. So most of you here, in some or other way, we are connected to a community. Either it could be a technology community, or it could be our organization, or other things, or things at our college. So let's go into what are the different components that make what a community is, right? So the first, so what we'll be doing is we'll be talking about 10 to 12 different components of community building. So the first thing is purpose and shared value, right? If you talk about the Mozilla Firefox, as you can see, there is a clear purpose about building a better internet, and when people correlate with that and share things that, okay, it is important to build a better internet out there, that's when individuals come and contribute to it. So there is a clear purpose and a shared value. At the same time, like we talked about IntelliJ, which is where I work for, how do we make payments simpler, right? Currently, even though we are having a lot of different new fintechs, it's still a pain to send money to, say, a different country or cross-border. So how do we sort of build that purpose and shared value? So this is by having we can create a sense of belongingness and ownership. Community members will be able to contribute more actively if they feel that they have a bit of ownership in the project, right? Like any open source project that you take, or it could be any project. If they have the tools and resources to work on things, contribute to things, and have a piece of ownership in things, that's when they take it seriously. And this experience has to be both a shared one with the whole network that they are in, and at the same time it has to be an individual experience on how things works out for them. And it's also important to build have a trust in that community. The second thing about this is building open and transparent communication channels. So when I say open and communication channels, it could be the community calls. How are you enabling your community to participate in the discussions? How are the decisions being made? How are these being communicated back to the community? What are the feedback mechanism from them, right? Let me check if I can move this. Yeah. And is there a space where the members can come and share their ideas, discuss things that they would like to talk about? It could be new ideas, it could be things that they are working on based on your technology. And if they have questions, if they got stuck somewhere, how are you engaging these communications, right? So that is where it's very much important to have open and transparent channels. So some use Discord, there is internet relay chat, there is Slack, different tools available out there. The third most important thing is to create a low entry barrier for your projects. So usually what happens is whenever we are creating a project, open source technology project, we primarily focus mostly on a very coders focused approach, and not all developers are well versed with the project and its technology and things. So this is where it's important to create onboarding things where someone who is new Do they have access to tools and resources or guidelines for them to get started with the contribution? Are there non-code contributing opportunities within your project? It could be testing, it could be advocacy, it could be various different ways. The thing with projects, open source projects, is it's a bit like DIY, do it yourself. So a lot of times you have to figure out things you by yourself, you have to go out there, find out different resources and test out how things work out. And for some it might be exciting, but for if you want to grow your project and scale it, you need a lot more bigger participation from the community. So for that to happen, you need to make your process a little more less frustrating and more streamlined. And this is where it's important to create contributing pathways. When I say contributing pathways, this is something we just talked about, is how can someone who is a designer can contribute to the project? How can someone who is good at testing can contribute to the project? How is someone good with JavaScript can contribute to the project? So we need to think out different ways with how different people come with different skills. How can we create a platform where each of them can contribute in their own ways, in their creative ways? The next thing is, in building sustainable communities, being consistent and being adaptable to the community needs, right? So when we say consistency, the key to build community building is the balance between the discipline that is needed to sustaining and also the chaos that is needed for the progress. When I say chaos, it's when you're building and innovating, you can't put a structure to it, right? So this is where you need to give open creative freedom for the community, where they can try out things, they can build out things. And once that testing is done, then there could be a structure where these could be scaled, right? So there needs to be a balance of both being able to try out different things and in a consistent manner. At the same time, once you find out different ideas, how do you scale them? So that's a thing. The other thing is, you could also engage with your community online and offline, like we are doing now. Through meetups, through hackathons, through various other engagements. So this is one way. The other way is online. We talked about it could be newsletter, it could be social media, it could be Discord, it could be internet relay chat. And then you gather feedback, see how the community is able to using that sort of approach and make changes asynchronically. This is the most critical part. Most projects sort of in between get stuck because there is initially they start very in an exciting way, but midway a lot of things start falling through because there is no clear mentorship structure within the community. So like we talked about, if you are looking to take your project or community to scale, it's important that there needs to be a mentorship which can lead to better collaboration and have long-lasting benefits of productivity. So this not only leads to higher quality of contribution from the community, but the up and upcoming community members can take an active role within the community, right? Like if there are only 10 people who are doing all the work, imagine if we are talking about something like a global open source project. So for that to happen, more leaders needs to create even more leaders. So it's like train the trainers, right? And this is what creates sustainability. So we need more fresh minds to take up active role in the projects so that they can take up bigger challenges within the ecosystem. And this is where it's very important to have a community that can support with tools, resources, and mentorship. The other aspect, right? This is something like, for example, when I was getting started as a volunteer, in the open source community back in my college in 2007, 2008. Yeah, so it was important for me to see what are the ways that I could grow, what are the ways I could grow within the career. So this is where opportunities like once you become an active contributor, a core contributor within a community, what are the other opportunities that the community can create for you, right? So various organizations look at in different ways through internships. Like if there are core contributors, they like several organizations invite them to become part of our internships. There are ambassadorship programs, and then there are grants to travel to go speak at conferences or attend conferences, and then get featured in newsletter, social media, and other areas, and get invited to do some of the community conferences. This could be held globally also. And also merchandise is key. I think for any community, being able to have that a piece of swag, goodies, and merchandise is a key part. So these are some of the ways that you could think about how you are rewarding the community members, how you are recognizing them, and also making sure you are being part of their growth. That's something you could think about. When we talk about, again, growth and how you could move someone who is just excited about being a community member, and then you want to see them in a core contributor. So for that to happen, you need to create clear guidelines. You need to have a documentation and different tools and resources for them to go through, right? So there is a survey which was done which says that at least almost 70% of the projects on GitHub don't have something like a contribution guideline or a onboarding documentation. So which is sort of like not helping the community who want to get involved. So it's very much important to create these tools, because these are something which can help in a lot more people. Just as an example, for example, in October there is something called Hacktoberfest, and a lot of organizations join in that, where they put up their GitHub issues for community to solve, right? Like let's say you have a project and you want the community to come and contribute to it, but if the GitHub doesn't have guidelines on how they could get started, it would be very much tricky, right? So it's very much important to focus on the documentation and things like that. This is the other key important aspect, a code of conduct, because individuals are attracted to and engaged by safe, supportive community culture. So if you could have an amazing community with amazing product, but it doesn't feel safe, soon you'll be losing the community. So there have been several such examples in the past where they have amazing technology, they have an amazing product out there, but they have a very unsafe culture for the community, right? Because at the end of the day, we are all human. We want to feel respected. We want to feel safe. So this is where it's very much important to have a clear code of conduct, how the organization will act if there is someone breaches the code of conduct, and it has to be inclusive and considerate. When we are in spaces like this, every event has a code of conduct, like what could be done and what can't be done. So it's important to have something like that. We are pretty much getting close to the summary of things. other key aspect of community building is storytelling, right? Let's say you have a community, they are doing amazing work, they are contributing to things, but if you are unable to tell that story back to the broader ecosystem, we've lost our opportunity. So this is where it's very much important to have a strong a story where we can share about these stories through different channels. It could be through a blog post, it could be through a newsletter, it could be press, media, and other things. So the other thing is, community members would like to also associate with whichever the community they are in, right? It's something that they feel proud about, something they are excited about. So for that to happen in a much productive way, it will be helpful if there is a what you call as a community toolkit, which the community members can use on how they speak about themselves being part of the community, on how they talk about themselves or how they identify themselves, because that also leads to how community members are engaged within the project. I think there is so the 11th one is about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah. Yeah, I think there is a talk on this later after this on this. So I think it's just yeah. So having these three accounted when you're building the community is very much important, because the environment needs to be where individuals are from different backgrounds. Diversity brings in a lot of creativity and innovation. And when we talk about equity, it is different from equality, because one, equality means we are treating everyone as if all of their experiences are the same. So it's important to think about all these three different aspects whenever we are designing the community strategy. The last thing about and the most important thing which I personally like is being able to celebrate and have fun. In the community building process, a lot of us put our time, effort, skills, and give a lot of our contribution to the community. So it's very much important on how we bring together the community, how we celebrate those wins, how we sort of recognize their efforts. So it's important to have celebrations like this, where it's important to connect. The other aspect of this is, most of the time we are all contributing in a remote way. Probably we would not see each other for a very long time. So having things like in-person events where you get to meet community in one-on-one is a great way to know about each other, to take that sort of a ritual happening. So this picture is from the summit that we did last year. So where we invite all our core contributors to a summit. So we do this annually, where this happens. So and I think every organization does in some capacity. So the 10 to 12 things that I talked about are some of the things which are being tried and tested within the open source ecosystem, and not just open source ecosystem, it could be applicable to any group that you're trying to build, any community that you're trying to build. So with that, I would like to conclude. Once again, I would like to thank Cityjs So if you have any questions, if you're trying to build any community, and if you have any questions for or thoughts that you want to discuss, I'll be around here for the rest of the evening, and I'll be happy to talk about the same. Yeah, with that, thank you.
But chances are, if you do, then you've heard me talk about TC39. That's pretty much the only thing I've been talking about since the last 2 years or so. It's kind of sad, but I mean, that's where we are. But this is sort of a more official thing. So I'm gonna, I guess like what I was gonna say is, if you know me, which I suppose a number of you are, surprisingly, you've heard about TC39, yes? By the way, is the stream on? Is this working?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. Just obsessed with myself. So you've heard the word TC39, right? Like you've heard it passed around yesterday, something. How many of you feel that you understand to some extent what it is and what it does? And okay, you, and that's it. Okay, so this is gonna be a wild ride, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't explain anything. So this is it. This is where I would explain what it is, and it's something that I've been doing sort of over some time. So let's be honest, like, this is nothing new. This is what I'm going to present today is not going to be unique in any way. You can probably find it on the internet, but that's sort of the goal in a way, right? Like, we're trying to explain to as many people as we can in every way we can how it works and how, surprise, you can be involved. So let's make it slightly more interesting. And so I would try to use the same content more or less, to say more or less the same words, speak the same message, but sort of tune it for you. So if at any point you want to sort of slightly change the way I explain something, let me know, and I'll do my best to sort of modify as we go to explain things to you. But yeah, let's start. Too much talking. Obviously, first things first, about myself, I am Ujjwal. I work at Igalia. More on that later, but I work on compilers. I have been a delegate to TC39, now sort of co-chairing the group. Also an editor of one of the specifications. Again, a big mumbo jumbo, lot of words that don't mean stuff, numbers, but I'll explain. Sort of working on different projects, and here, not quite international, I guess, anymore. But I'm back, so. But a little bit about Igalia before I get into the meat. It's a software consultancy, sort of based around Galicia in Spain, but kind of everywhere. We have people working out of pretty much any country you could think of. We work exclusively on free software, so that sort of connects into the whole FOSS thing. Thank you about that. And a lot of our work, especially in the browser space, because in case you didn't know, like, a majority of the work that goes on browsers, on sort of web standards, is all free software in the sense, like, not free as in free beer, free as in free speech. So a lot of this happens in these committees, these bodies of standardizing things. So there's TC39 that I'm going to talk about. There's also W3C. I think many of you might have heard about W3C, probably more than you have about TC39. So they do a lot of web stuff. What WG does a lot of web stuff. There's Unicode and TC39. So that's sort of kind of the areas we work on. Obviously, like, a lot of our work goes on into web browsers, as I said. I work specifically on compilers, more specifically on compilers inside browsers. So that means your JavaScript engines, your WebAssembly engines, you heard about some of them yesterday, and web standards, which is what we're going to talk about today. This does not work. Okay, fun. None of the pictures work. Fun. Maybe, okay, give me a second. 404, why? These are pictures that should be embedded, and yet they are not. Fun. JavaScript is fun. They are there. It could be about the Wi-Fi, but I'm gonna try again. It's okay. Why did I write my presentation like this? I hate myself. Okay. It's not working, so none of the photos are gonna work. That's cute. We're gonna work with that. So what I say here at this point is that we work on something called, well, what you all know as JavaScript, but that is not the real name of the programming language we write. If you knew, like, a little bit of trivia, we call it ECMAScript, and where does this ECMA come from? Like, what is ECMA, right? Well, ECMA TC39, that's where it's from, but okay. Anyway, ECMA, or European Computers Manufacturers Association, it's quite a mouthful, is an organization of, well, computer manufacturers, or not quite, not anymore, right? It started long ago with like IBM and a bunch of computer manufacturers coming together. Fun fact, to work on CDs, because CDs were like kind of the first standard that like computer manufacturers across the board wanted to work with everything. So it was like sort of the first moment people started thinking about, hey, what are things that should work across vendors, across countries, across, and CDs. Well, that's where we started. And now we have something much bigger than CDs, the web. The web works everywhere, from your toasters to phones, whatever. Like every device runs the web. It is a platform that spans basically all the world, and it works more or less consistently. I mean, yeah, some things might fail in one browser or another, but more or less you expect the same thing to work across all technologies, all hardware, and that is quite something. Now, how is this achieved? How is this level of standardization achieved? Like across different people, different organizations, different products. That is kind of the work that we are talking about. So it is a technical committee of ECMA. That's where the TC and TC39 comes from. Well, it's the 39th technical committee. So that's pretty much all the name says. But what does it do? So it is responsible for creating the ECMAScript, or JavaScript as you might know it, language and its standard API. So you might or might not make the distinction, but there's two parts, right, of the language. There's the syntax, which is the sort of how you lay down your code, and semantics, like how does everything react to each other. So it's like, yeah, if I call .proto on this object should do something behind the scenes, and that sort of semantics are standardized across the board so that nothing weird happens on any specific environment. This work is sort of spanned across 3 documents. So that's where the ECMA 402 came from. There's ECMA 262, which has the core JavaScript language and the core standard API. So things like map, set, all the basics that you expect from the language. Then there's ECMA 402, which I was talking about. This includes specifically the internationalization part of the standard library. So a quick show of hands, how many of you have used any of the internationalization features of JavaScript? Not many of you, but thank you. Date time format, formatting a date and time according to any locale, any calendar. Number formatting. All these things are very important for any programming language, but if you are invested in a programming language that is primarily, let me be honest, like, yeah, okay, you write Node code, but let's be fair. JavaScript is primarily used to build user interfaces. That's where it shines. That's how it's sort of designed. And for a programming language that sort of specifically excels at that, or for better or for worse, is used mostly for that, internationalization is a vital part. So it's not enough to include a bunch of data in your website to sort of pass back and forth with your users. You need to include internationalization features in the browser, in the programming language. Make it easier. So that's ECMA 402. I like to toot my own horn. That's maybe it's a more biased reading of how important it is. And JSON, like, well, who could have guessed? JSON is a very important format. It is, at this point, I would say that it's not even limited to JavaScript in any way. Like, I mean, people write web applications, or not even web applications, APIs, or anything really with JSON as the data interchange format across the board. It grew out of JavaScript, but it is its own thing now. And so we also maintain the standard for that, which surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, doesn't update, mostly. Well, maybe we'll add comments, but no. And then this committee has different subgroups, subcommittees, if you will, that are responsible for different things. So there's TG2 for internationalization. It's a task group 2. So that's sort of where we do all this internationalization stuff. Then there's TG3 for security. This is, I just realized, it's slightly outdated, these presentation, but now we have TG4. And can anybody guess what it's supposed to do or what it's working on? What is the new frontier for JavaScript? Source maps. So we're working on source maps. Source maps are not a part of the programming language, but it's an essential part of the developer experience, right? When your code breaks, you need whatever is running, like the debugger, like the browser, whatever. If the code is minified or whatever, you don't care. You need to be able to find out where problems are coming from. And so source maps, very important for the actual developer experience. Not so much for actually just running the code, which is what we have focused on so far. So expanding sort of our horizons. So you're starting to sort of form a picture of what kind of things people do in this group and like what the discussions might be about. But what else? Oh, also there's like ad hoc groups. So for example, we have an inclusion ad hoc group to talk about inclusion and diversity within the committee. It's a problem that we care about, and well, let's be honest, it is a problem that we have. So it's something that we focus on and sort of work on as we go. But then you might be wondering, or you might already have an idea, but who is TC39? Like, who is the group of people who are part of this, right? Who are doing all of these things, or sort of holding all these discussions. So it includes people who are called delegates, who are delegates from different member organizations. As I mentioned in like the first or second slide, I'm one of the delegates. So this includes people who we call in our own lingo implementers, right? And from that we mean people who see this beautiful specification of JavaScript and say, how can I implement this? How can I put this in the real world? Because let's be honest, at the end of the day, for better or for worse, JavaScript is just a bunch of words written by a bunch of nerds like us. So it needs to exist in the real world. But JavaScript in itself does not exist in the real world. What does exist is browsers that implement this, or like more specifically engines that can run this whatever, this regime that is far from reality. So there's people from Google, for example, working on Chrome and V8. There's people from Apple, from Mozilla, and different organizations like Brave and so on, who work on implementing this programming language that we use. Then there's large websites who have a very strong interest in the future, the evolution, and the sort of feature set, if you will, of the language. This includes players like Bloomberg, which is pretty much like the biggest, richest, most vital for business organization. They run a huge business that is for which the web in general and in JavaScript specifically is very vital. There's PayPal, for example, and many more. Salesforce, like any huge website that relies on the web would have a vested interest in what's happening with JavaScript, right? Then there's academics. They have a vested interest in the programming language also, to study, to teach it to other academics, and also for their academic projects, for their research, for theoretical reasons. They might want JavaScript to be a safe language, right? They might want JavaScript to be a mathematically sound language. It's not sound in any way. It's completely unsound. The language doesn't make sense in most ways, but still they would like the language to make more sense, to be less leaky, to be less chaotic, and so they have a vested interest in the evolution as well. Then there's entities like the OpenJS Foundation. How many of you have heard of them, right? Not many. But OpenJS Foundation, you might know of many prominent open source projects in the JavaScript ecosystem. Like Node is a big one. There's jQuery, it's still alive and kicking. Well, there's a number of like corporate open source projects, but all the independent, not sort of supported directly by a organization open source projects like Babel. All of these have a vested interest in the language as well, because I mean that's the language that they're all about. So OpenJS Foundation is an entity that sort of represents the interests of all of these groups. So there's people from Node, for example, who are very invested in language, who are participating through the OpenJS Foundation. Then there's people who we call invited experts. These are people who are subject matter experts, maybe in some area or another. These can be experts in language evaluation. These can be experts in security, in internationalization, and so on. So all of these subject matter experts are invited to the committee as experts, and they try to help us with some of our work. That's weird. Then there's community representatives, right? Like there are a lot of people who write JavaScript all over the world. A lot of developers who might have, no connection to anybody in the committee, but have still a vested stake in the language. I mean, you all of you write JavaScript, right? I hope. I mean, it's Cityjs. So I'm making an assumption here. But all of you, member or delegate or not, working on a browser or not, still care about the language, still have opinions, and that's good. It's important to have good opinions about the language. So these developer communities need to be represented somehow. So there's a number of people in the committee who are representatives from different communities or open source projects, as I said. And then there's contributors. These are people who are not directly involved in the day-to-day functioning of all of the committee, but are still vital to the work, actually. So it's like there's meetings where they might not be present, but they're still a vital force in driving proposals, driving features, doing research and like user research. So all of these things sort of comprises the set of people who work on JavaScript in different ways. And then there's the community at large, through the representatives, but also in general. I mean, if you're anybody who has ever been on GitHub on any project, just like ranting about the lack of a very specific feature, or like yelling at people for why, I don't know, 0.1 plus 0.2 is not 0.3, you're part of the community, and your feedback is directly or indirectly drives the future of the language. So wield that responsibly. But yeah, like most of the presentation would be about how to be this last member. But yeah, let's get into that later, is what I mean. But where, right? Where does all of this happen, all of our work? Well, I had photos here, which, I mean, yeah, they're not working. But these were screenshots, so it's like low effort anyway. I can just say that there's GitHub organization. There's a GitHub organization at github.com/TC39, and that is where the bulk of our work is. I mean, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. There's meetings, there's sort of internal groups and sort of people talking with each other about how to get stuff done, but at the end of the day, everything happens on GitHub, and that in like open repositories. So this means that you can and sort of should, but asterisk, be able to be heard and have your opinions and sort of create a repository and say, hey, I have an idea, this is amazing. So everything is on GitHub. Everything is under a single organization. All of the work we do, ongoing and otherwise. There is one main repository, so to say. It's ECMA 262, no surprise, like that's the name of the spec. And that is where the ECMA 262 spec is. That is the spec that includes all of the programming language in words. It's kind of weird and huge. And I had screenshots, so I mean, not very original, but it kind of got the point across. The point is that at github.com/tc39/ECMA 262, you can read the entire language spec. But not only that, you have access to issues and pull requests, and you can file your own issues. So you can get involved. There's also /ECMA 402, so that's sort of the equivalent, and so on. Like all these repositories make up the bulk of the JavaScript language. Everything is done in the open, and everything is open to feedback, roughly. What do we do? Well, what can you do, let's say? Well, there's everything that is sort of a change in the language is essentially, at the end of the day, a pull request to the standard GitHub repository. So any tiny changes that you want to do to the semantics and so on can be a pull request. These include meta, changes. Meta changes are changes that don't actually change anything at all, except some meta things, like maybe you improve the build pipeline, maybe you change the compiler, make things prettier, change the color of the spec. You can try. So these are meta changes. Then there's markup changes or editorial changes. You can change how things are worded slightly. You can make things easier to read, easier to understand. That doesn't change the behavior of the language at the end of the day, but it can improve the experience, or it can remove some sort of problems in the markup, or sort of make it less terse, like make it easier to read, easier to implement. Yeah, these are the editorial changes, as I meant. At the end of the day, the editorial changes are subject to the discretion of the editor group. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm one of the editors of one of the specifications. Well, all of the specifications do have editors. And these editors not only are responsible for all the editorial changes, but they also get to have the last say on these editorial matters. So they cannot make single-handedly any changes in the language, but they are responsible for how clean things are, or like how things are laid out, or how difficult it is to write something down. So that's kind of their day-to-day job. They're cleaning things up and making it easier for all of you and us. Then there are the fun stuff, the normative changes. These changes change, well, as the name suggests, the norm. They change the language in a fundamental way. So these changes would affect how the language works. And then any change that is too big to be considered just a tiny change and can be sort of discussed in a single sitting need to be a proposal. A proposal is more complex. It has more nuance than just a tiny change that can be yes or no, right? So I'll get into that, like why proposals aren't just 0 and 1. But yeah, for each proposal, you have different groups of people. You have authors, people who are responsible for writing the text, people who are responsible for thinking out what goes in, what stays out, the design, right? This can be anyone, including anybody who's not on the committee. And then there are champions. Champions need to be people on the committee, delegates, pretty much. So in case any of you who is not a member or like a delegate would make a proposal, you can totally be an author of a proposal and keep driving it and sort of be sort of constantly thinking and obsessing and designing a feature, right, or many features. But you still would need a champion, somebody to go in to the committee and say, hey, like this thing needs to be considered, and sort of be your voice in that room. Kind of like trial by combat, and like they're fighting the rest of the people for you. Also, as I said, like proposals are not 0 and 1, so there is a stage process. It's a bit complex, but not that much. I'll explain in just a bit. And then there are reviewers, like people who are like explicitly responsible for reviewing any certain proposal. Now this could be, like at the end of the day, everybody's reviewing everything. Like people are very conscious about what changes you're proposing to the language. But then there are always an explicit group of reviewers for each proposal who are responsible for making sure nothing is wrong. And the last ingredient, the most beautiful ingredient in all of this process is consensus. So I'll explain what that means and sort of what that implies in just a bit. When does all of this happen? Well, we have, okay, this is also slightly outdated. We have bi-monthly meetings, not quarterly anymore. It's just changed recently. They are 4 days, yes, they are 4 days and throughout the week. So that is one crazy week of a lot of work and a lot of deliberation. They are in person. Well, after COVID, not all of them are in person, but a lot of them are in person. At this point, it's not confirmed yet, but it's going to be 4 in person, for example, next year. So a lot of them in person in interesting locations. So like the next one, actually next week or so, is going to be in Tokyo. Fun. I'm not going. So you see me here. That's what I sacrificed for this place. And then there's live meetings in between. These do not happen anymore, sorry, because it's all subsumed by the 6 meetings instead. There is, however, a monthly ECMA 402 meeting. So the other group that I talked about, the people who are responsible for internationalization, well, they meet every month. And so it's sort of a different cadence, a different working style, but at the end of the day, people are meeting regularly. Okay, is that, yeah, the what? Okay, it just ran. Yeah, so they meet and they discuss what to do, where to go, and like opinions, hot takes, all of these things, right? Fun stuff. There are then other smaller, more focused meetings. These could be as frequent as every week. So for example, a group of people working on, say, the pipeline operator can be meeting every week to basically comb through all the abuse they get on GitHub. It's funny, not funny, okay. Or like the group that designs Tempro. And so they meet almost every week or so at this point to just go through the last steps of that proposal. Again, more on that later. And then there are incubator calls. What are incubator calls? Well, when we are working on something that is sort of unclear and uncharted, we incubate that. So we have incubator calls where we invite a bunch of people and discuss that one specific thing to sort of incubate that idea, to sort of well, develop it, if you will, until it's ready to be discussed in the big room with all the people involved, right? And then there's GitHub. And I mean, okay, this, if you look at this slide, it looks like a tiny point at the end of a huge presentation, but it's the most important point. Let me stress on that. Everything at the end of the day happens on GitHub. Even if we decide on something, the change would come on GitHub. And like, yeah, we usually what the workflow looks like approximately is that somebody would make a pull request and then the final decision on if we should merge that or not, or like which direction to go into would happen on a meeting maybe, but it is all on GitHub, right? Like you can influence everything through GitHub. You don't have to be in any of these meetings. And fun fact, like I know some people who have contributed so much to the JavaScript programming language, academics or just anti-social people who do not exist out of GitHub. Like I would not, if you told me they were a chatbot, I would believe you. But it's amazing. It's prolific how much work they've done within the language and how much they've influenced really the development of our favorite, I hope, programming language without ever meeting anybody in person or even like on a video call. So that's how much you can do, as long as you're driven and have like, I don't know, 48 hours a day. And then there's Discourse. Now Discourse is a weird, fun thing. It's unclear even to me after years what it is. It is kind of a mailing list meets forum, and to be honest, I don't go there, but I mean people do, and they are very passionate about JavaScript. So they fight or like agree with each other once a year or so on this platform, but it is a fun platform to go and discuss things about JavaScript. How does any of this work out? Well, okay, so this is where the consensus process comes in. And this is the most important point. Like if there's one thing that you take away, it is this. There's no voting involved. There's never any voting for any feature. That's because voting would lead to terrible results. Let me explain why. Every decision that we make for JavaScript has to be consensus based. This means that everybody in the room has to agree upon everything at all times. We do not do anything that a single individual would disagree with. And that is very important for a language like JavaScript or the web in general, because the web is a standard. The web is something that everybody needs to work with together and collaborate. So anybody disagreeing with something would mean this would hamper the web in a way, right? The idea, the romantic nature of the web implies that it's kind of an idea like that, right? Like it's something that everybody can build on top of, and it's a common set of tools. So it needs consensus, and this means a lot of discussion. This means a lot of deliberation, a lot of compromise at times, trade-offs, But at the end of the day, everything needs to be designed in a way where nobody opposes it. Not everybody needs to be enthusiastic for it, but nobody opposes it. That's important. And how is this done? Well, there is a diverse set of people in the committee. You could have imagined by the description of the stakeholders. There's people who are responsible for the programming of the different engines, and then there's people who are responsible for building huge websites. So like you can imagine how the interest of a lot of these stakeholders might be in conflict with each other, and it kind of is, and that is kind of the point, really. Like it is the important work of any standards organization like this is to work and satisfy everybody's needs and goals, and that's very difficult. That is kind of why we are so worked up all the time. But it is important for a programming language like JavaScript, something that is so widely used and so popular, to actually cater to everybody's needs and goals. Otherwise it fails, right? It becomes specific and like sort of targeted, and not something that is truly a general purpose programming language that can be used by everyone to build anything they want, which is kind of the idea of JavaScript these days. There's obviously objections and concerns raised to everything and anything. If there's something somebody's talking about that sort of doesn't quite work, you can raise a concern, you can object to it. But the important component of that is that you require backing rationales. You cannot just be unreasonable. You cannot say, I do not like this feature because I do not, or I do not understand this, or you're not a nice person, so I do not support your feature. No, you need a backing rationale. You should tell somebody who you're opposing why you're opposing them, and like what they can do to mitigate that, right? Because and otherwise there would be no way for us to collaborate. But the important part is that no stakeholder is above another. Small or big, rich or poor, all of our stakeholders in the process have an equal footing, and that is very important for a language like JavaScript, and which is constantly evolving. And you can imagine JavaScript as a language that was created in 1995, very different stakeholders back then from what we have right now. I mean, back then maybe Netscape, like, okay, Mozilla maybe existed back in the day, but like that was sort of the driving force behind the language. Maybe a few browsers would come in after that, but now like JavaScript is a very different language, it's a very different space, and all the stakeholders are equally important, and sort of just like that. The important component of all of this friction, like I understand what you're all thinking. You're all judging us, and I keep saying all of these things, and you think friction, friction, friction. Like, why all this red tape, Ujjwal? It's important because when we're building a standard, when we're building something that is, and this is important for the web, it is never going to break. It's always moving forwards. There's never going to be any breakage going backwards. We should not standardize things that are not ready. It's better to not standardize things or not do things rather than doing things which are not ready or which are unbaked or things that somebody has an objection with, right? It's better to wait and do our research and do things well. So we talked about the stage process. Are you interested in knowing a little bit more about the stage process before we move on? How much time do I have? Can you, okay, I don't know. I hope a little bit. Okay, so quickly going through this, stage 0 is a straw person, like a tiny diagram that you make on a tissue paper when you're at the restaurant. You get a crazy idea, you get a vision while asleep, and you try to cite it, or something like a basic. Okay, not a lot. So I'll quickly go through the stage process. Well, very basic things. Stage 0 doesn't even need to be a real thing, just a haunch that you had, right? Well, yeah, just what I said. Stage 1 is when we actually call it a proposal. It becomes serious. So now you're starting to think in real terms. But real terms doesn't mean that you're thinking in terms of solutions. Real terms means that you're thinking it in terms of a problem. So stage 1 requires a problem statement. And then you start describing a general shape of a solution. You can say, hey, like we might do things this way or another, but it's mostly framed in terms of what are we missing or what are we lacking, right? So we identify potential blockers that might sort of block us from doing something to begin with or solving a problem to begin with. It's very important to do it at an early stage so that we don't waste a lot of time thinking about things and then realize, oh, boom, very bad. And yeah, stage 2 is a draft. This is when things get real. This is when we start describing in syntax and through semantic details how things are going to be played out. So things get serious. We start thinking about how this feature might look like in real terms. And then stage 3 is a candidate. It's basically a candidate feature, so it's a real feature that might or might not end up in the language, basically. So now we're sort of figuring out all the details, and we say, hey, like we have done all the sort of weird thinking up and like all the armchair research that we could do so far. So now we need feedback from users, from implementations. We now need to throw this feature out in the real world and see what people think about this, what browsers think about this. Is this even viable? Is this implementable in terms of memory? Is this going to make every browser like 10 times slower or something? These things need to be figured out as well, right, before we finish. And then stage 4 is when we finally say, okay, we did all of those things and now it's finished. So then it is tested and like ready for addition to the standard. So testing is important for adding it to the standard because like once you add something to the language, you need to make sure that everybody does it and in the correct way. So that's it. I have no time, so I'm going to skip through some things, but we need to build consensus by sort of iterating with stakeholder input. So there's all of these stakeholders that are important for every feature, and we develop it that way. The champions act as a bridge between the authors and the committee, and then any aspects of any feature can be discussed, and we give feedback. We raise concerns early and sort of asynchronously, okay, and that's pretty much it. Like we try to work through the process like that. So consensus is very important, is an indicator of the current stage. At any point you have no guarantees that any feature will reach completion, and that is important because we don't know yet. But either way, we go through the process, and that's how we end up, finishing a feature. Yeah, I'm not going to go with that. That was it, but I had a lot, actually, yeah. How do you get involved? Well, as I said, go on the issue tracker. MDN is very important for everybody who writes JavaScript, so help us write that. Any addition to the documentation is very important. Discourse, if you like fighting on a forum, and you can always join the committee as a member. That was all my time. If you have any doubts, I'm around, and you can find me on the internet, but thank you all for being an amazing audience.
We have a small change, so Parth will be going first before because he is going to leave soon. So.
Oh.
Okay.
So should I announce that?
Announce Parth, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I cannot stop sharing.
It's fine.
Okay, so thank you everyone, and let's welcome Parth on stage to talk about, well, okay, we need to set up more things, but yes, so huge round of applause for Parth.
We need to stream the slides. How can I send you a link? Did they send you something?
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
An engineering manager. And since everyone has waited so long, so what I can ensure from my side is to give you guys something that you can take back to your respective organizations where you work currently and try to create an impact. What if I tell you that the next week you go to your workstation, in next 5 days you will be able to do something that no other person who haven't attended this talk will be able to do in terms of productivity. Are you guys ready for it? Yes. Awesome. So we'll be vaccinating our web performance, but what are we vaccinating against? Now I'll start with a quick question. Do you think that JavaScript can be dangerous? You guys have written your own code. Do you think it's dangerous? Well, maybe, maybe not. But what about uncontrolled third-party scripts? Do we ever see what we are adding onto our, let's say, Google Analytics, GTM, Facebook Pixel, etc.? There are so many different scripts for analytics, marketing, business, different SDKs for payments, so on and so forth. We look at each and every line of code while writing it. But when we just have to integrate any SDK, we are so mindless at times to just integrate any SDK, what's coming to us. Now these SDKs can have all sorts of impacts on your web performance. But before we say that we'll have to mindfully control the execution of these third-party scripts, let's try to identify what these third-party scripts actually are. So I'm taking an example of our own website, that's 1mg.com. So you can see that there are multiple cross-site requests. So we have certain requests for JavaScript, CSS, images, then we have GTM, Pixel, so on and so forth. But as you can clearly see that the upper cluster of the requests are coming from assets.1mg.com, that is our own subdomain. While the other requests are coming from some different domain completely. And we are not regulating those domains. While it is coming from, let's say, Google or Facebook or AdRoll or Criteo or any such third-party domain, we classify all those third-party requests into the bucket of, let's say, unidentifiable or uncontrollable third-party scripts. Now, coming to a little bit about Tata 1mg. At Tata 1mg, we have multiple business verticals. And talking about the scale, we serve 4.5 plus billion requests every week. Now at this scale, the performance and the end user experience is paramount for us. But we'll have to tackle the invasion of third-party scripts. And it's not just with Tata 1mg, it's with every company I speak with. everyone is trying to optimize their performance, but they get stuck at a level wherein the performance gets out of their control and in the hands of third party. Because what happens is when you're adding any script, they further make multiple requests. They can be in an iframe, they can further get more HTMLs, more CSS, more JavaScript, and where does each and every asset executes? All of this JavaScript executes on your main thread. While you were supposed to execute your own code on the main thread, these scripts take the precedence and eventually making your web application feel laggy. You want to track, let's say, several matrices. You want to understand what's the bounce rate. You want to understand how many users are coming and landing on your page. But end of the day, the scripts you are adding to track these matrices are eventually responsible for your user to bounce off the site. Other than that, again, there are multiple disadvantages. For example, they do not come up with sufficient HTTP caching. You can't control the response headers because they are not your domains. And then end of the day, they do not even offer, let's say, appropriate compressions, delay your main thread parsing and execution time, hence slowing down your performance. But is there a solution yet? You would say that if I am running a production-based website, of course I'll need analytics, of course I'll need GTM. I can't run my production-based application without it. So what shall we do? So introducing PartyTown, that's the performance vaccine that we were looking at. So this is a library that has been created by the same developers who created Angular, and currently again are creating multiple frameworks like Quick. So they have written this amazing library that's PartyTown. Now what this library does, let's understand. The solution is, so the problem till now was that each and every third-party script is running on your main thread. But what if we could decouple these, and instead of running all the third-party scripts on the main thread, we run these on a worker thread, on a separate thread. Sounds simple, right? Why didn't we do this till now? What was the blocker? So the blocker comes out to be that important web APIs, like for example document or window or any API built on top of these global objects, is not accessible in your web worker. You cannot directly access those. Now, how does PartyTown solve that? Now let's jump quickly into the code. This is how basically you can enable PartyTown first of all. So it's nothing fancy. All you have to do is basically add another type instead of the basic script. You are saying that it's text PartyTown, and PartyTown will identify that you want to run the script on a worker thread rather than on a main thread. And then it will dynamically append those scripts in your worker thread. At the same time, while PartyTown does it automatically, you can also do it explicitly by firing an event called PT update, that's PartyTown update, and you can explicitly mention it afterwards as well, that I want to run this piece of code in a worker thread. Let's say you are getting some script from a backend and then you want to execute the script in the worker thread, then also you can do that. Now that's how the communication works. That's where the secret sauce lies. When you say that you want to execute anything on a web worker, you are not directly sending post messages to web worker. Instead, what you are doing is you are introducing a service worker in between. So the main thread is communicating with the service worker, and then service worker then does a very clever thing. What exactly that is? Has anyone among you has heard about XHR requests? Very few of you. It seems like it's a technology of past. I feel like standing here sounding like a dinosaur. But anyhow, before our fetch request, before Axios came into the picture making asynchronous requests, these XHR requests used to be there with us in the browser to make synchronous requests. So using the same technology, these were never deprecated. These were still available with us. So using the same technology, we ensure that whatever information and communication is happening between the main thread and the web worker is synchronous. So this is how each and every piece of code ties together. For example, as you can see in the first block, I want to execute this piece of JavaScript in the worker thread. But you can clearly see I am trying to access window.location. And window.location is not readily available. So what I'll do is I'll request the service worker to get me this information from the main thread in the second block. In the third block, the service worker will understand and say, okay, I'll create a synchronous XHR request. And over there, the service worker will make a post message, try to get that information from the main thread and flow it back to the web worker. That is how the complete flow of information is happening. But there is a small catch that this library currently is in beta phase. So how do we run that in production? So first of all, at 1MG, at this scale currently we are happy to share that we are running this in production and it has been currently used for our analytics, our marketing and so many different scripts. But we'll have to be a little cautious about how do we use this PartyTown library in production. So we came up with our own wrapper on top of PartyTown. We created our own solution and what we did was, in that particular solution, we are trying to identify whether PartyTown is and service workers are supported by this browser version. If yes, then we'll proceed. Otherwise, we'll fall back to the current version of loading the scripts directly onto the main thread. Similarly, we'll check if the service worker is supported or not. Then finally, if we get yes for both the answers, then in that case we will add the PartyTown configuration and get the and serve the user the optimized code. That's how we have implemented, and the code is also available. So by the end of this talk, I'll share a QR code. You can scan that and get the code. And we have made some certain checks and balances as well on top of that. Just in case anything breaks in the complete chain, you will be able to fall back onto the existing way of loading the scripts and nothing breaks. Let's talk about the results. So on the left side, you can see that these were the results of page speed insights before the PartyTown implementation. Our TBT was around 1200 milliseconds basically, and now it is down to 570 milliseconds. That's more than 200% of improvement. And not just that, other matrices also improve, but because it was majorly blocking the main thread, that's the area which we have optimized. Now, since we are using service worker, what if there could be a better mechanism of doing all these things? Because you understand, for each and every request, we'll have to do a consecutive XHR request. For each and every event, we'll have to make an XHR request. Now, there will be a lot of network requests when you see in your browser. Is there any way to avoid that? That is where atomics and shared array buffer comes into the picture. Now, shared array buffer is not a concept just limited to web browsers, but it is also equally prevalent in, let's say, mobile applications and other areas where software persists. So now let's say we are focusing on the third party and we see that these are all the steps. Just to understand, we'll have to see whether these domains are safe for us. We add Google, we add Facebook, we add AdRoll, and we add so many different different domains. But is our end user data safe with these domains? Are we sure that these third-party scripts cannot read your credit card details when you are trying to implement a payment gateway, or let's say when you're trying to make a payment? Can YouTube and Facebook steal your data? Let's see. So you'll say probably not, right? We have same origin policy. It will keep us safe. So the same origin policy ensures that if you are from a different origin, right, you cannot access the cookies, etc. on that particular domain, right? But until Spectre, not this one though. What's that? So back in 2017, 2018, we came across this highly precise execution attack that was named as Spectre. And in this, the attacker used high precision timers and speculative execution of your CPU to measure the time of execution in which the information is retrieved from the memory. So as you can see, the modern CPUs, what they have done is to make the processing fast. Since everyone is in that race to give you faster speeds of execution, they have cached most of your information what you frequently accessed, and also when you're trying to access that particular address in the memory, they assume that your request will be genuine. So let's say you were just supposed to access addresses till 1000 and you are trying to access 1001, the CPU will assume that, okay, the person must be authorized to access that particular address. Meanwhile, the CPU realizes that you were not authorized to access that. The data from the cache is already sent back. And these high precision timers note down how much time it took for that complete transaction to happen, and that's how they can guess basically correctly estimate what the data is stored in your cookies and in your storage. So what did browsers do? They completely disabled the features like shared array buffer and features of using high precision timers. These features were earlier available in our webs, and now what's happening is these features are still there but disabled by default. And when Google did that, post this, they made a public announcement that we have identified these attacks and we have rectified them, so please update your Google Chrome and so on and so forth. Now there is a better solution to it. Why? Because what we were doing over here is that we were accessing the in-memory storage rather than doing a network call and then trying to access any variable, right? So it is naturally really very fast when you are, rather than making a network request, you are directly able to access a common storage. So what we came up with is cross-origin isolation. So what does that mean? Cross-origin isolation creates a unique context group. So this unique context group is only of your trusted domains. So you say that I trust this particular domain, and I am allowing this particular domain and giving this explicit permission to this domain to be able to access my shared memory or memory data. But why shall I do that? It is proved that atomics and shared array buffer is 10 times faster than the network calls, and the build times are 5% slower, and there will be so many lesser number of network requests when you open up your browser. So to enable this, we simply specify these response headers, which are cross-origin embedded policy to credentialless, and then we say that cross-origin opener policy is the same origin, basically meaning that in the response I'm telling that this is a trusted domain, right? Meanwhile, for your assets, etc., we can use an attribute, something called as cross-origin. And this is the current browser support. It is supported by almost all the famous browsers out there. And to finally wrap up this talk, what we have learned so far is how we can drastically improve our web performance. Even if you go back next week and try to implement PartyTown, you will see amazing changes. In the overall score, we saw our score jump from somewhere around, let's say, 65 to somewhere near to 85, 80 to 85. Right? And the TBT was extremely fast than before. As well as you can also try to enable atomics. While it is a bit difficult to regulate each and every domain that we have, each and every third-party request that we are making, but it's an exercise worth doing and worth the sanitization and worth the security of our web application. So, end of the day, I'll leave you guys with this quote that says, unleash your web performance and defy the limitations of third-party scripts. And this quote is written by none other than ChatGPT. And as promised, this is the QR code. You guys can scan it. If you need the code behind this, how we have implementation, we have done this implementation on production, and you want to do it on production as well. Here's the code available. And these are the real life heroes. These are the developers who helped us implement this in production. So a big cheer for them. And thank you everyone. This was my time.
Thanks, Parth, for the amazing presentation. Now, are you still alive? Energetic? No? Okay, a little bit. Thank you for staying so excited and energetic. Now, next up, we have an amazing presentation lined up by Clarisse. So please join me in giving her a warm welcome.
Just mute both of them. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Cool. Present. Screen? No, it won't. You can, but like on the website, you have to say share screen. And then, yeah. And then some of these connections are loose, I think. Okay. Is it loose somehow?
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio. Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS.
That's right.
I mean, if it's like that, everything is fine. Okay, that's the one, right?
Yeah, I think so. So can you like optimize the other display?
Is it really optimized?
Yeah.
And it's mirroring.
The laptop change for you. Or like so. Yeah, that's what we do. Optimize for your Mac instead. But you'll have to switch on and off. Can you try like?
What is that noise? Is there a bird?
It's air purifier.
Oh, it kept happening. Like,
oh, I am sure. What time it was? But that's not true. Is it okay?
Alright, sorry. Is the mic?
Oh.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry for the technical problems. I hope everyone's still alive or hungry.
We're-
Are you all still alive? Okay, great. Nice. Okay, I'm the last speaker, so bear with me for a while. It's gonna end very soon, so everyone can go back after that. So my name is Clarisse. Yeah, my name is Clarisse. I'm from DWANE. I'm a community manager. So my day-to-day task is to organize events, work on projects to help improve the developer experience for our community members. So I'm from Singapore. I'm not sure how many knows where Singapore is. Oh, nice. Okay, thank you. So Singapore is a place, a small country, but it has 5 million population, and many different people of different culture, different race, different religion actually live together. Some say it's like a little united nation, but I'm not sure. Until you go there, tell me what you think about it. So I'd like to share with you about my experience today with DEI issues in the DevRel community. And perhaps maybe these are some of the issues or experiences that you may also face in your own community. Okay. So what we'll cover today is to define what DEI means to you, what are the common issues, and look at some of the actions that we can do to deal with them, and conclude with some of the key takeaways and resources that you can include DEI in your community. So first of all, everyone knows what DEI is? Yes, is it? Okay. DEI stands for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion. I think previously, I'm not sure if the speaker is still around, but oh yes. So he also shared about the definition about DEI. So diversity is about being everyone being different. Equity is about treating everyone fairly. And inclusion is about including everyone, have a sense of belonging to the community. So we all know that in DevRel community, everyone comes from different walks of life. You have junior developers, you have senior developers, you have people who are skilled in technical knowledge, and there are also people who are not skilled at all, but they're just interested in what you're going to share, the technical content. Am I right? So with that, you know that it's important to recognize that everyone don't start from the same place, because everyone has different abilities and experiences. So we need to make adjustment to make the community a place where everyone can feel welcome and belong, and it's a space where everyone can share comfortably and be who they are. So very wordy, but in a nutshell, that's what I'm trying to define the DEI in the DevRel community. So let's look at some of the common DEI issues. Anyone face any DEI issues before in your community?
We're facing it right now.
We are facing it right now? Like what?
I mean, usually in conferences or meetups, the amount of diversity is really less. Like there are usually more men than others.
Yes. So our dear friend here said there's more men than women. Is that true? Okay. Anything else? Yes.
In our committee, we have a huge amount of people from the Bay Area, and then like mostly nobody is from like the rest of the world.
That's true. So some contexts, even in some events, you see a large group of community from maybe from the US, but you don't really see a lot from the Asia, for example. So, and also within the community groups, you often see some of these issues. For example, aggression, harassment, culture and social behavior, stereotypes, imposter syndrome, unconscious bias, and what is modesty norms. Okay, I won't be able to cover everything today, but I'll pick 5 key ones that I often see, and let's discuss and share experiences together. So, and look at how we can deal with them. So firstly, communication. Why Clarisse bring up communication? Why is communication a DEI issue? Everyone communicates, right? So why is it a problem?
We have different communication styles.
Yes, we have different communication styles. Any more?
I think it's also very important what group you focus on while you're speaking. For example, I can be as normal as speaking like hey guys, but that just focus on the group of guys in the room.
Yes.
But using words like folks, everyone, people can cover all of us. So it's like a very minimal thing.
Yep.
But maybe it's effective in it.
Yes, spot on. So I'm not sure if everyone could hear him. So he said that sometimes, when we say hi everyone, or hi guys, hi ladies, hi girls, but you're only addressing to a small group of people. It might be unconscious and unintentional, but for people who are not part of that group, they will feel it. Like for example, if someone said, or a presenter just now said, hi guys, I was like, so he's not addressing it to me. But actually, I think it meant that hi everyone. So let's use inclusive language. So that's what we talk about communication. So I'm going to list some examples. Do you often see in the community that people like to use acronyms, phrases, or even like emojis? But actually, they mean different things to different people coming from different background and culture. So like recently, I learned what the term about rubber ducking is. So when my teammate introduced rubber ducking, I was like, what do you mean rubber ducking? Play the rubber duck or what? So it's actually a debugging method. I'm sure most of you might know. So the programmer talks to the rubber duck to try to understand and talk through the codes line by line and try to find out the problem. But for someone like me who perhaps doesn't know what that is about, I wouldn't understand what the context is. So even like acronyms on social media or even on your online community like your Discord or Slack channel, people like to use short forms, right? But short forms can mean a lot of things, like as far as I know, but it could mean something else to me, right? So let's be conscious that, let's not assume that everyone knows what we are talking about. It's good to always define, explain, spend some time doing that. And okay, so like yesterday we have Cityjs event. How many people take event photos with your friends? Do you put up a V sign? When you post for photos, you put up a V sign, yeah. So V sign here, in my context, means victory, or like, yay, V, that kind of stuff. But if I reverse this V sign, I'm not going to do that, but if I reverse my hand around and flip it around and show that V, it actually means a different meaning in the European context. It means something very inappropriate, but we never know. So yesterday I think I was taking some photos with some of us. I was saying like, switch your finger around, like flip it the other way, because if you're gonna post it on social media, you might not know, like some other groups might think that, why are they doing that? Okay, Google search what it means, okay? I'm not gonna share here. Another thing is like sharing of information. So let's say you run community meetups. You want to tell them about meetup registration is open. But sometimes you forgot. Maybe you only share it with some people. You didn't announce it to everyone at the same time. So that's informational injustice. Where people don't get the information at the same time, they feel like, are you treating certain group of people with better preferential treatment, or they have better benefits because they get to register the event earlier, things like that. So everyone also have different communication style. Some like to use text, some like to use images, diagrams to depict a certain story or like explain certain things. So again here, let's talk about what are the actions that we can take. So firstly, don't assume that everyone knows. Use materials that are inclusive. For example, documentation, your technical documents. or even writing a blog, technical blog articles, you use images and diagrams. How many of you actually include alternate text inside your image? Nice, good. But do you describe that, or you just say diagram of, I don't know, a line of code? So people who have difficulties visually, and when they use the mouse over or the speech to text or text to speech kind of tools, what happens is they actually read out the alternate text. So if you describe the image clearly, the person who has problem visualizing it is able to understand from all the hearing, like by reading out the text description of the image. So if you keep it very simple, people might not really understand what you're trying to depict there in the document. So inclusive language also allow for local translation and captions. So like on video meetings or video conferencing, who turns on captions? Nice. But many people forgot to turn on captions too. So it might be difficult because while English may seem to be like an international language, it may not be the first language for most of us. So everyone speaks with a different accent. So sometimes people might not understand what you're trying to say. So having the captions or transcript on, that's a good way to help people understand. So we just now talk about hi guys, hi ladies. There's another few more that I think commonly we always unconsciously use them. Like, let's walk through the slides. Let's look through the document. For people who have disabilities with like viewing it or walking, they may not resonate with that. You could say, let's review, let's guide through, or whitelist, let's whitelist this IP address. How many actually use that? Or have you all changed to like allow list, blacklist become deny list, so things like that. Or even like, oh, that's my blind spot. That could be changed to, that's my missed opportunities. So communication is not what you say, but how it's being received on the other end, how people understood you, and that's more important than what you say. So second, let's talk about harassment. How many have experienced harassment or seen before harassment in the DevRel community? Nice, okay. I'm sure it's not a pleasant experience. And I'm not sure how things has happened and or what are the actions you have taken. But let me share a simple story of harassment. So everyone, you know, like online community space, have you seen people asking questions in different channels, but the question is always the same? Like, let's say this person needs a technical help. I don't know how to solve this problem, but the person start asking in every single channel in that community space. Do you find it annoying? Do you think it's like spamming? Yeah. And sometimes even someone actually reach out to the person and answered their question. They continue to spam those questions again. It's like, what's the problem? Right? So that's also a subtle form of harassment. And even in serious cases, there'll be committee members who dislike the other committee members and start to, you know, put up comments to discredit them, or go into the extent of like, or maybe I dig up their information, post their private information just to, you know, discredit them. So these are all actions of harassment. So here, even taking photos. So one thing I saw yesterday at Cityjs, you have the badge, right? Do you see a photo circle sign there? So I think it's a very good initiative because these days not everyone likes photos to be taken, especially because social media is so common. People take photos, post it on social media, and the person whose photo is being taken might not even know where did my photo, where did it end up, why is it on social media, when did I have this photo being taken. So it's good to respect people's privacy and boundaries. So please ask permission when you take photos, or even tell them like, oh, can I take a photo with you? I would like to share it on Twitter, something like that. Give people some, you know, assurance that where you're gonna post it. So if anyone face harassment, please report it. Like if you have the committee code of conduct, it's always a good point to always feedback to the organizer, or even if you are a witness, even if you are not a committee organizer, you witness something, someone being harassed, help them out, report the incident, and help them to point out the person and get the person to correct their wrongdoings. Make sure that you get an explanation, get an apology, and if you need to give warning, you ban, you block the person. But another thing I wanted to also share is that even while we are protecting the victim, if the perpetrator has made good remedies to correct their mistakes, we need to also welcome them back to the community, right? Because you got to give people a second chance. Like if they've done something wrong, but they have done good remedies to correct themselves, apologize and all that, we should welcome them back. Because after all, a community should be a place where everyone can be comfortable to be who they are and feel safe, like psychologically safe and physically safe. So here I would like to share this quote. It's not the intent of the perpetrator, but it's more about the impact. If the harasser has no intention of harming them, but the victim feels harassed by it, that's harassment. Okay. Thirdly, aggression. So here again I have a story to share. So I was working in company A. We were running a community meetup event. You know how community meetup events always happen during the evening time, after office hours. So, and usually they are free. So we put up some money together. We bought some snacks, for the people. And then there's this person who works in company A, who's not part of the community meetup, passed by the community event, and then he saw there's some food on the table. He started to take the food for himself, and quite a lot of food. And then when we approached him, or asked him, hey, this is meant for the community meetup, the members there, and he was talking condescendingly and say that, do you know who I am? Do you know I'm from this big shop company of this big title? I can do whatever I want because this meetup is happening in my company's premises. No, I don't really care about who you are. As long as it's in my company premises, I can do whatever I want. And the person didn't apologize. He ate the food, finished it, and what's more disgusting is he threw some cash on the table, saying that here you are, I paid for the food. Anyone likes that example? To be honest, I was there. I was totally turned off by it because I was in the same company as this person. This person is of a high-ranking title, and I was like, whoa, what's wrong? Okay, so this is a form of bullying. They think that they are of a higher position. They look down on people. They think that they can use their power to intimidate you. Sometimes you see in the community people name call others, tease others. Oh, you don't have hair, or why are you here? Developers are all bald, you work too hard. They make this kind of remarks. And these are things that even when you see it, if you don't call it out, it will always be there. Because nobody enforced the code of conduct. Nobody enforced to stop this kind of aggression. So what we should do is to actually be more self-aware. Sometimes we are unconsciously not aware that we are behaving that way because nobody pointed out to you. And being self-aware is a very good part of understanding how to avoid intimidating people. Sometimes your position in the hierarchy, maybe your position in the community space, or maybe you're a leader, or your physical size, or can be seen to people as intimidating. So if you recognize that, then try to make yourself be less seen as aggressive. Consider people's feeling. Again, here, give people second chance, and also let them take responsibility of their actions. Make sure that they make do and correct what they've done. So here Aggression is not a sign of strength, but weakness. So we need to point that out whenever we see it. So discrimination. So I have another story. We don't have a lot of female here, right, women? Who has went into the second phase of life, like marriage, having kids? So sometimes in the community space, we have people who got married, have kids, but they are still a developer, and they still need to attend tech community events. And they don't have a choice, maybe they bring their kids along. How many community groups out there actually cater for women with children? Like, for example, having maybe a kid's room, a mother's room for nursing. I don't really see that very often. Maybe because most of the community groups are men, but that doesn't mean men don't bring their children to tech conferences, right? So like even in the to accommodate others? Elder people. Okay, yes. So that is a good way. So I was also hoping to see more of those, because I think so far only big tech conferences have that kind of rooms or facilities for them. So that could be a discrimination too, right? People who are wheelchair, is the venue, for example, a community event, is the venue wheelchair accessible? Is it dog friendly, guide dog friendly? Do we have a room for quiet peace time? You know, because some people don't like too rowdy and crowd all the time. They need probably some me time or quiet time. Do we have a room for that? So here, we need to consider others' needs. Like everyone is different, what they need is different. So one simple example could be also event registration. How many of you actually fill out your dietary preference? Am I a vegetarian? Am I not a vegetarian? Do I prefer to eat certain type of food? That's a very good way of including DEI. And since most of us are developers, do you develop products that can be used by everyone? Is it accessible? Is it robust? Is it flexible? Or is it only catered to only certain groups of people? Okay, so these are things that we can think about. So borrowing a quote from Kofi Annan, we may be different, but we are all human beings, right? So let's consider everyone's needs and be more mindful of what we do. So lastly, cultural and social behavior. Okay, everyone is being brought up by different culture. Like in some countries, for example, Japan, they are always being very polite. They tend to bow. They tend to apologize a lot, even if it's not their fault. But they feel bad because you are going through something uncomfortable. They apologize because they feel bad for you. Or even like some Asian countries, maybe, people avoid speaking out. They avoid standing out from the crowd. Or like some areas where event doesn't start on time. It's a norm that it will start like 30 minutes later or maybe 1 hour later, because time to them is very flexible. Or even in like countries where Islamic countries, Muslim wear a headscarf. Some people might not know, but actually it's for modesty and privacy. People might think that, why are you wearing a headscarf? Are you like being rude? But it's not. So social norms is also about who we are and how we should behave. Like before COVID, even way before COVID, in countries like Taiwan, Japan or Korea, it's very common to see people wearing masks, not because they are having a flu or something like that. It's just that maybe it's very dusty outside. It's a form of courtesy where they don't want to show. So that could be some of the social and cultural behavior. So what are the actions that we can do? When we travel to events or to attend international community events or conferences, it's always a good thing to research on the things that you should do or should not do. Like everyone's culture is different. But if you don't unable to find enough information by research, you can talk to the local people or talk to the local organizer, find out more, like, or maybe they arrange like a local tour around the place. That's also a good way to understand the culture of the place, to understand how people behave or what's the norm, what is not. And it's always good to share about your culture in your profile, in your introduction. And it's important not to stereotype people who are having different culture and race from you. So code switching. So I think recently my colleague who went to Singapore for a conference, so in Singapore we use the language called Singlish, which is a combination of English and some slang, the local slang. So by including some of those, also help in making people feel welcome or understand one another. And so cultural awareness actually is a good chance for you to have meaningful interactions with people around you. After all, in the community space, it's about building relationship with people, right, and technology. So lastly, I would like to conclude some of the key takeaways. How do we include DEI in your community? Firstly, let's assess DEI in your community health. Look at your demographics of your community. Are they happy? Are they satisfied? What's their behavior? How do they behave in the community? Do you protect their data? Do you protect their privacy? And always be intentional about including DEI in your community, like, for example, having a diverse speakers from different backgrounds, having a different gender, different race, different skin color, or anything like that. Use inclusive language. Stop using hello guys. Start using hi everyone. And then even in your marketing materials, do we cater for images that represent a diverse group of people, or just male? Like most coders might just show a male figurine to depict developers. Be mindful of your shortcomings. If you know it, name it, point it out, and make change. Be the change you want to see. If you like to include DEI in your community, you should be the one starting that change, so that everyone can also learn and follow from your lead. And fourth, have a code of conduct so that people know how to self-police within the community itself, so they don't really actually need to rely on the community leaders or organizers all the time. So lastly, there's no blanket solution, but be open to change whenever we can. And these are just some links to connect, and these are some of the resources if you want to include DEI in your community. So if you like, you can scan the QR code to get the slides, and you can learn more and find out more. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Clarisse. And I cannot thank all of you enough for not only staying with us throughout, throughout the ups and downs, but also throughout the event and until now. So, and thanks for staying energetic. Thanks for being so supportive. A final big round of applause for all of you. And that's it for this year. Thank you. See you all next year.
Let's get a picture.
Let's get a picture. Yes.
Yeah.
Shut this down.